Chapter 1453. What's going on? Xiao Xian furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at Bai Hua, whose temperament had changed drastically. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was at a loss, and could not help but ask. I don't know. Bai Hua, he. Xiao Yan replied in a daze. In the next instant, he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly returned to his senses. When he lifted his head, he saw Bai Hua twisting its body once again. As it roared furiously, a surge of pitch-black energy crazily surged out from its body. An extremely powerful force also immediately erupted. Bai Hua. Xiao Yan, who had recovered, saw this manner of Bai Hua. At the same time that his heart was anxious, his mouth also hurriedly cried out, hoping that he could use this to help her recover her consciousness. Unfortunately, the latter was no longer the original Bai Hua with the exception of this body. The current her was merely a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. This explosive cry of Xiao Yan not only did not cause her to calm down, it had instead angered the monster that was hidden within this body. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. The body of Bai Hua shook abruptly. Her feet stepped on empty air and her body immediately turned into a dark black lightning. At the same time that she shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, a strange dark black energy suddenly agglomerated in her hands, transforming into two light clusters that violently shot toward the latter. Xiao Yan's expression was instantly replaced by a sullenness as he eyed the two enormous light clusters that shot explosively toward him. The current Bai Hua had already become a completely foreign monster. This kind of ferocious attack was even stronger than Xiao Lei's a couple of months ago. If he were to be even a little careless, he would end up in a miserable state. This also proved that the one who was currently controlling this body was the monster that had mutated from the creation pill. This point had coincidentally struck a sore spot in Xiao Yan's heart. Bang bang. While Xiao Yan was absent-minded, two muffled explosions suddenly sounded in front of him. Two invisible sword glows slashed apart the incoming black balls of light. Xiao Xian's somewhat stern low shout was also transmitted over. What are you doing? Even if you want to wake Bai Hua up, the first thing you should do is to control it and not allow it to continue wreaking havoc. If something happens, neither you nor I will be able to save it. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he completely recover. He raised his head and looked over, only to see Xiao Xian's hands swiftly changing seals. A thought immediately passed through his heart. His gaze quickly landed on Bai Hua. He hesitated for a moment before violently clenching his teeth. A fury suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Both of his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. Fine. Since I can't wake you, I'll wake you. Xiao Yan's grave expression immediately turned cold the moment his words sounded. His body shook violently as surging Genesis Qi immediately surged out from within his body. The footsteps of his feet changed as he used the absolute sky steps in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, his body strangely appeared beside Bai Hua. Bang! His fist viciously swung down. However, it was caught by a strange pitch-black hand just as it was about to land on Bai Hua. What? Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly widened when his attack was blocked. When he lifted his head, he saw a sinister smile on the monster's face. It seemed to be rather pleased with itself as a punch suddenly came crashing down. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that his fist was tightly grabbed, there was no way to dodge. Even with Xiao Yan's abilities, there was nothing he could do. Xiao Yan's breathing turned a little sluggish as he stared at the pitch-black fist that was rapidly growing in his eyes. An aura of imminent death lingered in his heart. Clang! A split second later, the monster's fist was intercepted once again. The monster's expression froze for a moment. Its eerily white eyes swept around, only to find a golden-purple puppet that had blocked the punch with its steel body. This puppet was none other than the North King. This was the only method Xiao Yan could think of in this moment of desperation. However, roar! The monster opened its mouth, and a black pillar of light immediately shot out. With a single attack, the North King's body was instantly sent flying. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Huan was unable to force back the North King with his full strength. Yet, in front of the monstrous Bai Hua, it had been sent flying with a single attack. Such power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had also managed to escape from the monster's grasp in this short period of time. As he stared at the North King that had been sent flying, a grave expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face once again. The power that Bai Hua had unleashed was far more terrifying than he had imagined. To be able to send the North King flying with a single attack, such strength was likely at least at the level of a 6-star origin sect. On the other side, Xiao Xian was still condensing the formation in his hand. It seemed that he still needed some time. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. The North King, who had been sent flying, once again shot over. It stood in the air and stared at the monster with Xiao Yan. As he recalled the previous scene, Xiao Yan clearly understood that with his current strength, he clearly had no chance of victory against the monster in front of him. He could only hope that the North King's presence could stall for time until Xiao Yan finished condensing the formation. Roar, however, this time, the monster seemed to have understood Xiao Yan's current actions. A trace of craftiness appeared in its eerily white eyes as it faced Xiao Yan and the North King, who were gradually encircling it. As the two cautiously advanced, it slowly retreated. Immediately after, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, it suddenly turned around and swiftly charged into the forest. From the looks of it, it was planning to escape. Damn it. Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became anxious in the face of this sudden scene. The Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he gave chase. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking muffled explosion was suddenly emitted from the mountain forest. Soon after, Bai Hua, who had just turned around and fled, was instantly blasted into the sky by a powerful force. Boom! A human figure suddenly appeared in the sky. After which, he randomly stomped his foot down. The monster's body appeared to have suffered a serious injury as it crashed to the ground. It was smashed deep into the soil. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly saw the face of the person who had attacked. Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Yan roared. He never imagined that Xiao Dingtian would suddenly appear. Once Bai Hua fell into his hands, there would be no hope of saving her. This old man is carrying out his duty to eliminate all internal and external troubles in the clan. This beast is wild and difficult to tame, so it's better not to have it. Since little friend Xiao Yan can't deal with it, let this old man do it for you. The corner of Xiao Dingtian's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile as he eyed Xiao Yan, who was rushing over. When the latter heard these words, the fury in his heart could not be any greater. Immediately, he could not resist roaring out. You dare! As his voice faded, Xiao Dingtian pressed two fingers together and viciously swung them downwards. A beam of light shot out and instantly pierced Bai Hua's heart. Chapter 1454. When Xiao Dingtian's attack landed, Xiao Yan's charging body in the sky suddenly paused. Soon after, a wild killing intent suddenly surfaced on his pale white face. The moment he raised his head, his originally dark black eyes were actually completely filled with a scarlet color. His body trembled intensely as a somewhat hoarse roar was emitted from his throat. His body used all his strength to surge out of his body. At the same time that his body abruptly shot forward, he suddenly clenched his hand. A fierce, intense flame began to burn on the heavy Xian ruler almost at the same time that it had appeared. Oh! Angry? However, Xiao Dingtian merely sneered at the sight of Xiao Yan's crazed appearance. His eyes flickered faintly as he slowly raised two fingers and gently tapped at the empty space to the side. At practically the same instant Xiao Dingtian's fingers landed, the originally empty space abruptly began to distort as raging flames rose into the air. Next, a giant ruler blazing with heavenly flames appeared along with Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian's seemingly ordinary finger casually sliced open space and landed on the giant ruler's blade. Bzz. A frightening wind ripple immediately surged out when the two collided. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. Just as he was about to pull his body back, Xiao Dingtian flipped his hand and struck the body of the huge ruler. With just one strike, the heavy Xian ruler in the latter's hand was shaken until it left his hand. Humph! As the giant ruler left his hand, a force was transmitted from Xiao Yan's palm. A muffled groan was immediately emitted from Xiao Yan's throat as the tip of his foot pushed off the air. His figure rapidly retreated while the Genesis Qi in his body frantically circulated, forcefully suppressing the force that had forced its way into his body. Even so, when he stabilized his body, he shot a glance at his right hand that was holding the giant ruler. A stream of blood was rapidly flowing down his wrist, dyeing his entire hand red in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Yan's fury, he was still able to use a simple attack to force Xiao Dingtian back and even injure Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Dingtian's cultivation was indeed frightening. Even so, the rage in Xiao Yan's heart was difficult to extinguish when he saw Bai Hua being killed by the person before him. A few seconds later, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head as he forcefully clenched his right hand. As he opened it again, a suction force surged from his palm and the heavy Xian ruler that had been sent flying once again returned to his hand. With a violent shake, raging flames once again covered it. Humph, stubborn fool. Xiao Dingtian let out a faint cold snort when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. He immediately took a step forward. The moment his foot landed in the empty air, a powerful pressure suddenly shot forward. It carried a blade-like force as it pressed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian's disdain for using his aura to pressure others into submission was truly undisguised. In the next moment, when the pressure broke through the air, Xiao Yan's figure actually disappeared from the sky without any warning. Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised at the sight of this. When he regained his senses, a figure had strangely appeared in the sky above his head. Behind the figure, a pitch-black tent had condensed. So that's how it is. Xiao Dingtian only smiled faintly when he saw this scene. With a wave of his hand, a turbulent energy swept out like a tidal wave, instantly sending the enormous ruler that was descending from above flying. Xiao Yan was once again sent flying. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to struggle and step forward again, the latter's somewhat low and deep voice was slowly spat out. Enough. This old man has repeatedly endured because you have some talent. If I were to truly make a move, you don't even have the qualifications to be this old man's opponent. Then I still want to fight. Xiao Yan roared. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not diminish, it became even denser. You actually don't even want your own life for a bastard? Xiao Dingtian lifted his eyelids and said indifferently. As these words fell, Xiao Yan's pale face instantly became gloomy. A long while later, he clenched his teeth tightly and said one word at a time. To me, the Xiao clan can be replaced, but he can't. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Xiao Dingtian's face suddenly turned gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible energy suddenly swept out and ruthlessly blasted towards Xiao Yan. In his eyes, he didn't care even if the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Only the Xiao clan was not to be trampled on. However, Xiao Yan's words had touched his reverse scale. But how could he have known that his casual words earlier weren't Xiao Yan's reverse scale? Buzz. Just as the invisible force was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, a golden-colored formation barrier suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan, intending to block Xiao Dingtian's attack. Xiao Xian. You dare to stop this old man? Xiao Dingtian glanced at Xiao Xian, who was standing on top of a giant tree, from the corner of his eyes and said in a deep voice. Elder, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, Xiao Yan is just a junior who speaks without thinking. There is no need to take it seriously. Xiao Xian tried his best to maintain the operation of the array as he said in a deep voice. How dare you insult the Xiao clan? I will not spare you, no matter who you are. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Dingtian's hand and nose after his voice sounded. A bang was heard as he advanced. The golden-colored formation barrier that was agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. The still surging invisible force violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's body. Qi! However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan was preparing to use all his strength to face the invisible wind in front of him when a soul-stirring white-colored light pillar suddenly broke through the empty air and shot to the sky. At this instant, the wind that was about to smash onto Xiao Yan's body was actually forcefully scattered by this powerful energy. Oh! Xiao Dingtian frowned. Xiao Yan also looked down with a surprised face. The expressions of the two changed one after another. The former's old face was filled with an expression of disbelief. As for Xiao Yan, an excited expression finally involuntarily surged onto his pale face. His pair of scarlet eyes were currently filled with some mist. A snow-white figure slowly stood up from within an enormous pit on the ground. The blackness that covered his body quietly withdrew. A pair of dark black eyes were gradually covered by a dense white color at this moment. His cold face revealed a loss. When he raised his head, he saw Xiao Yan standing in the empty space at this moment. Ugh! Opening his mouth slightly, the young man was unable to speak for a moment. After a long while, he completely adapted to it. Only then did the thoughts in his mind become completely clear. Xiao Yan. Bai Hua. At this moment, the white-clothed figure that appeared in the mountain forest was undoubtedly Bai Hua. Unlike the beast-like soul from before, this pair of eyes was still filled with the familiar expression of the past. At this moment, Xiao Yan understood in his heart that the real Bai Hua had returned. Their gazes met, and a surge of emotions immediately surged into their hearts. Without caring about anything else, Xiao Yan directly ignored Xiao Dingtian's gloomy gaze and suppressed the pain brought about by the injuries in his body. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. The two men hugged each other with deep emotions. Chapter 1455. At the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan and Bai Hua were hugging each other on the ground that was in ruins. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. No one could believe or understand that Bai Hua, who had her heart pierced by Xiao Dingtian, would actually recover. Moreover, from her appearance, it was obvious that she was fine. In fact, her condition was even better than before. This, Xiao Dingtian frowned as he stared at Bai Hua. When he saw the black color gradually receding from the corner of her clothes, he sensed the unique aura that was different from before. After making some connections, he seemed to have understood something. The snow-white Bai Hua in front of him was perhaps the result of his heart-piercing finger. With Bai Hua's previous beast-like state, if there was no external suppression, it was impossible for her to change at all. Furthermore, after his 2 consecutive attacks, the black aura that lingered around her body did not dissipate. It was only when his life-reaping finger landed that such an outcome occurred. How did it turn out like this? Xiao Dingtian could not help but frown when he thought of this. He did not expect that not only did his attack not suppress Xiao Yan's heart, it actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It was simply a futile effort. As this thought flew in his mind, the expression on Xiao Dingtian's old face was really ugly. Just as his mood was getting more and more depressed, an aged laughter suddenly resounded in this world. "Ha, since you have caused enough trouble, please return. The back mountain of the Xiao clan is not a place where you can fight. If you really can't stand it, then go to the martial arena." The person who spoke was the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian's old face revealed a rare expression of fear. In the entire clan, he was not even afraid of the clan leader. However, he did not have much of a temper when facing the first elder. Cupping his hands together towards the depths of the mountain forest, Xiao Dingtian unwillingly glared at Xiao Yan before turning around and disappearing from this world in the blink of an eye. A relaxed expression finally surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face as he watched Xiao Dingtian leave. His body swayed slightly and Bai Hua by the side hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Only then did the latter hurriedly take out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and consume it. The medicinal pill turned into a gentle medicinal strength in the blink of an eye as it entered his body, swiftly nourishing his nearly dried-up meridians. As the Genesis Qi spread, Xiao Yan's pale face gradually began to turn for the better. "Thank you, First Elder, for helping us out." Xiao Xian cupped his fists together towards the depths of the mountain forest and respectfully said. "Hee hee, it's a small matter. However, all of you must not be careless when you return. Xiao Dingtian still has some grievances towards all of you. Before the clan gathering begins, try not to get involved with him. Although Xiao Jinghong has reconciled with all of you, given Xiao Dingtian's connections in the clan, he is not someone you can easily deal with. Although I am the first elder, it is not appropriate for me to participate too much. However, I wish all of you safe and sound. Xiao Yan and the others respectfully bowed after his words sounded. After which, they withdrew from the back mountain and returned to the mansion. After the group returned to the manor, Xiao Yan rested for a moment before immediately checking the condition of Bai Hua's body. However, after a round of inspection, he found that everything was normal. Only then did the former truly relax. Xiao Yan was naturally overjoyed to see that Bai Hua had suddenly recovered. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he recalled Bai Hua's sinister appearance from before. This made Xiao Yan overjoyed in his heart, but he could not help but worry about the condition of Bai Hua's body. Fortunately, the results of his inspection had finally removed all of the worries in his heart. However, while Xiao Yan was carefully investigating Bai Hua, he suddenly realized that the latter's pair of eyes had strangely displayed a white and black state. With regards to this, Bai Hua was unable to find the reason. Naturally, Xiao Yan was also unable to find the answer. In his helplessness, he could only give up. Rather than worrying without any results, it was better to focus on what was ahead. Currently, there was only 1.5 months left until the clan gathering. In such a short period of time, it was obvious that the cultivation of everyone present would not be able to make any more breakthroughs. Currently, the only person they could look forward to was Lian, who was in closed-door cultivation. Time flew by. Ever since Xiao Yan left the mountain behind the Xiao clan and returned to the manor, the following days had become much more leisurely. However, the atmosphere within the Xiao clan had gradually become tense. Everyone could faintly sense that an undercurrent was quietly gathering. The day when the clan gathering began would be the day when this force would completely erupt. Some of the sharper individuals were able to sense that this clan gathering was likely different from the previous ones. Once this storm began, its intensity would likely be several times more violent than any of the previous ones. Under this enormous pressure, many of the younger generation in the Xiao clan miraculously made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Xiao Tian was naturally the leader among them. After consuming the Zong transformation pill that Xiao Yan had refined, his cultivation not only made a breakthrough, but also reached the peak of the advanced one-star origin Zong stage. His foundation could be said to be extraordinary. If his luck was not bad, it was likely that he would be able to break through to the 2-star origin Zong stage after this clan gathering. At the same time, while countless members of the Xiao clan were secretly competing, Xiao Yan heard that some of the members of the Xiao clan, who were like Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, had also returned to the clan. Although some of them had already participated in the previous clan gatherings and did not have the qualifications to participate again, they still returned to the clan with a curious attitude. Some of them had even directly targeted Xiao Yan, causing Xiao Yan to feel flattered for a time. Xiao Yan was currently standing outside a secret room in the manor. Inside was Lian, who had been in seclusion for several months. With the isolation of the secret room, Xiao Yan was unable to probe the exact situation inside. However, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful energy continuously gathering inside, waiting for the day of dawn. It was likely that it would cause one to be shocked. There are still 3 days left. If this girl does not come out, I'm afraid that she will not be able to participate in the clan gathering. Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he stared at the door of the secret room that was still tightly shut. His voice was somewhat anxious as he spoke. Believe in her. Since she has said that she will participate in the clan gathering, she will definitely come out in time. Behind him, Bai Hua slowly walked over and laughed softly. There was an exceptionally confident expression in her eyes. Shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Yan could only secretly hope in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around, Bai Hua suddenly extended her hand and handed over a crystal-clear jade bottle. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Before Xiao Yan could speak, a soft laughter was heard. Here, the pill formula for the creation pill. Chapter 1456. Once Bai Hua's words left her mouth, Xiao Yan's expression instantly froze. His gaze blankly stared at the jade bottle in front of him. For a moment, he was actually somewhat speechless. How did the pill formula of the nature pill suddenly appear in Bai Hua's hands? With regards to this, Bai Hua could only copy Xiao Yan's manner and shrug her shoulders. She innocently said, "I also don't know. It's just that ever since I merged with that fellow, the information of the nature pill naturally appeared in my mind." Bai Hua gently shook the jade bottle in her hand as she spoke, indicating for Xiao Yan to receive it. Only then did Xiao Yan purse his mouth and smile. He did not exchange any pleasantries as he received it. However, when he opened the jade bottle to take a look, the thing that was inside was not some medicinal pill. Instead, it was a drop of bright red blood. This blood was the essence blood in Bai Hua's body. With this item in hand, as long as Xiao Yan completely absorbed the information within this drop of essence blood, he would be able to obtain the most complete and detailed pill formula of the nature pill. It was truly perfect. Tightly holding the jade bottle in his hand, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but feel slightly warm. He opened his mouth to say something, but Bai Hua's hand lightly patted his shoulder. She smiled and said, "All right, I know what you want to say. There's no need to say anything. I know that this item is extremely important to you. However, in comparison, you are more important to me." Hearing Bai Hua's words, Xiao Yan's expression instantly froze. The former immediately continued to urge him, "All right, quickly go and digest this pill formula. I'll take care of things here, there's no need to worry." Hearing this, the latter hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding his head. After instructing Bai Hua, he took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Within the courtyard, Bai Hua watched Xiao Yan's departing figure. Suddenly, she could not help but violently cough for a while. Within her pair of pale eyes, specks of strange black light actually surfaced. A moment later, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed within the bedroom. He once again opened the jade bottle and poured out the drop of bright red fresh blood within it. After which, he tossed it into the air. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance involuntarily spread. Huff, deeply exhaling a breath of air, Xiao Yan slowly calmed the agitated emotions in his heart. He extended 2 fingers and transformed them into a sword. With a thought, spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows and covered the tip of his finger. Subsequently, his finger landed heavily on the surface of the drop of blood. Buzz! A wave of surging medicinal strength immediately swept out from within it. Xiao Yan ignored the impact of the strength as he poured his spiritual strength into it. His descending finger slowly entered it. A drop of fresh blood the size of a thumb turned into a thin layer that gradually covered the surface of his finger. Following the continuous pouring of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, an extremely mysterious information from within this drop of blood was slowly transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind. What was gradually pieced together was surprisingly a complete pill formula. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength continued to pour in. The pill formula for an 8th level creation pill. Buzz! While Xiao Yan was slowly absorbing the information of the pill formula that was contained within the drop of fresh blood, a powerful energy aura suddenly swept through the secret room that had been tightly shut for a couple of months in the courtyard where Bai Hua was located. The surging energy forcefully broke the door of the secret room. Bai Hua, who was seated cross-legged in the courtyard, suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. Somewhere in the courtyard, Xiao Xian's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the roof. Looking in the direction where the energy aura swept out, a look of surprise involuntarily surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. TSK, she has actually broken through to Origin Emperor. It is indeed faster than I expected. With the support of dozens of high-grade spiritual stones, in addition to Lian Er's extraordinary talent and physique, Xiao Xian had predicted that it would be extremely good for her to break through to the peak of Origin King within 3 months. After all, there was still a barrier between Origin King and Origin Emperor. It was clearly not easy to break through. However, he had still underestimated this girl. She had actually broken through from a 5-star origin king to origin emperor in 3 months. Such a frightening cultivation speed was likely unheard of in the entire continent. However, it was also at this moment that, roar. A hoarse roar suddenly rang out. Standing on the roof, Xiao Xian's expression instantly changed. He clearly remembered that voice. Bai Hua, did something happen again? Xiao Xian frowned. He did not have time to inform Xiao Yan. With a leap, he swiftly chased after Bai Hua. At this moment, Lian was there. If he went to inform Xiao Yan first, the consequences would be unimaginable if he was late. At the same time, in the courtyard, Lian who had just come out of seclusion, looked at Bai Hua in disbelief. Bai Hua had suddenly come back to life, but her appearance had changed greatly. Her spirit eyes could not help but reveal a look of fear. It would be fine if the person in front of her was merely an unfamiliar monster. However, it just had to be the dead Bai Hua. Coupled with her current ferocious and terrifying appearance, even if the other party was really a wild beast, Lian was still unable to make the decision to attack. Compared to the current girl, Bai Hua, whose clothes were intertwined with black and white, had a crazy appearance. She was silent on the spot for a moment before suddenly charging towards Lian. Bastard. You still refuse to change and actually dare to do it again. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xuanwei's majestic voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the courtyard. A cool breeze gathered in the invisible space and sword aura intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a dozen invisible swords. With a thought from Xiao Xian, the dozen swords shot out. They were like wooden stakes that were nailed around Bai Hua, forming a circle. As the sword aura crisscrossed, they were able to temporarily stop her. Lian, go find Xiao Yan. Leave this place to me. Xiao Xian's fingers moved as he stared intently at Bai Hua, who was in the middle of the sword formation, and gently shouted at Lian. But what about Bai Hua? Lian looked anxiously at the person in front of her. Although this girl was terrified of Bai Hua, she could not bear to see her get hurt. No matter what, Bai Hua was their companion. I will suppress her. Nothing will happen. Quickly go find Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Xian's voice fell, he willed, and an invisible sword instantly condensed in front of Lian. It broke through the void and shot towards the courtyard where Xiao Yan was. After hesitating for a moment, the latter gritted her teeth and quickly followed. How can this be? Xiao Dingtian's finger should have completely subdued her. Why did she commit the same mistake again? Seeing Bai Hua, who was becoming more and more ferocious in the sword formation, Xiao Xian's face was rather ugly. Just as he was pondering in his heart, he heard a few sharp ripping sounds. The sword formation in the courtyard below was actually torn apart by Bai Hua. Immediately after, her eyes turned and a pair of grayish-white eyes landed on him. Chapter 1457. Bang! On the ground, when Bai Hua's body rushed into the air, the array in Xiao Xian's hand condensed. Golden light flourished and temporarily blocked Bai Hua. Roar! Bai Hua's body shook as grayish-white energy gushed out of her body. Her body flashed as she bombarded the array with a few palm strikes. In just a few breaths' time, the array was on the verge of shattering. Xiao Xian's expression was calm. As he raised his hand, a hurricane stirred within the array and sword chi overflowed. Coupled with the narrow space, the incomparably sharp sword chi gradually dissolved the grayish-white energy around Bai Hua's body. The tip of the sword spun rapidly, making it impossible for Bai Hua to rush out of the array in a short period of time. Although the monster before him was still as crazy as before, it was undoubtedly much weaker than it was a month ago. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Dingtian making a move, but at this moment, Xiao Xian felt much less pressure when facing the latter again, and his chances of victory had increased by a lot. After temporarily stopping Bai Hua, Xiao Xian couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Yan. The process there seemed to have yet to end. On the bed in the room, Xiao Yan was still immersed in the pill formula of the Nature Fortune pill. After going through the details of the pill several times in his mind, Xiao Yan reluctantly withdrew from his cultivation state. A glint involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's dark black eyes the moment he opened them. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. This creation pill was indeed worthy of being a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Its effects were as described in the rumors. It was even more accurate and detailed. With this medicinal formula in hand, he would no longer need to worry when he broke through to the Yuanzun class in the future. Phew, Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief the moment he thought of this. He withdrew his thoughts and arranged them a little. After which, he stood up and walked out of the room. However, the moment he pushed open the door, he saw a lovely and pretty person standing at the door with her back facing him. Xiaoyan was immediately startled. He immediately smiled and teased, "What are you waiting for? Why, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you weren't going to attend the clan meeting." Hearing the voice, Lian hurriedly turned around and looked at Xiaoyan, who had finally stepped out of the room. She could not help but anxiously ask, "Not good, Bai Hua, something happened to him?" Xiaoyan's smile had just faded when he saw the expression on the girl's face suddenly freeze. In his heart, he immediately understood what this girl was referring to. In the next moment, before Lian could react, his body transformed into a blurry black shadow and charged out with lightning-like speed. Behind him, Lian was slightly startled on the spot before she hurriedly followed. Soon after, Xiaoyan hurriedly rushed to the courtyard where Bai Hua and Xiao Xian were located. At this moment, this place had already been sealed by an enormous formation. Everything within was hidden within it. Fortunately, this matter did not cause too much of an impact. Hence, it did not attract the attention of the other members of the Xiao clan. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiao Dingtian would have done something else before the clan gathering arrived. Within the array, Xiao Xian seemed to have sensed Xiaoyan's arrival. With a thought, the array separated, and Xiaoyan's figure quickly entered it. In an instant, the entire courtyard was destroyed. The entire ground was lifted up layer by layer, and countless traces of explosions and sword aura were left on it. It was a ghastly sight. At this very moment, Bai Hua was finally temporarily restrained by Xiao Xian's various methods. Dozens of invisible swords intertwined together, forming a huge sword cluster that sealed Bai Hua within. Outside it, there was a powerful pressure formed by the great way of wind. With the protection of the two, Bai Hua was trapped. What's going on? That day, I clearly checked the situation within his body, and there was nothing wrong. Why is it that today, Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Bai Hua, who was still frantically struggling under the encirclement of countless swords. His face revealed a grave expression. It wasn't a good thing to repeat like this. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiao Xian helplessly shook his head. His gaze focused on Bai Hua, who was once again subdued by the sword array. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as you and I think. I've already probed once before, and the result is different from what you've probed previously. Instead, there are two soul origins within his body. Right now, they are devouring each other in order to fight over this body." Two soul origins? Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened the moment these words were uttered. Putting it this way, it meant that the spirit of the beast had yet to scatter. Instead, it had used some kind of opportunity to hide within Bai Hua's body. Only now did it suddenly retaliate. Xiaoyan's heart only relaxed slightly after he understood this point. However, he still didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The fight between spiritual sources would directly affect whether Bai Hua was still someone they were familiar with in the future. Once that bastard gained the upper hand, it was likely that they could only stop and choose to kill it. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch and do nothing? At this moment, Lian also entered the array. Looking at Bai Hua, who was bitterly struggling in the sword array, the girl's gentle eyes couldn't help but become misty. The emotions in her heart were somewhat difficult to suppress. Bai Hua had single-handedly raised the girl over the years. The relationship between the two was as close as father and daughter. Now that Bai Hua had become like this, how could she accept it? No, there's still a way. Taking in a deep breath, Xiao Yan said in a serious voice, rank 5 Yun Spirit Pill. As far as I know, this kind of pill has the effect of fusing with soul origins. As long as it is refined, it shouldn't be difficult to solve this problem. After speaking, Xiao Yan turned around and was about to leave. But the clan meeting, the girl hesitated for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and said. She knew that Xiao Yan had been waiting for this day of the clan gathering for a long time. However, the time had arrived and such a thing had happened to Bai Hua. If she were to go and refine medicinal pills now, would the clan gathering not be fated with her? Silly girl, the clan meeting is just to accompany a group of strangers. It's a small matter whether I participate or not. You are the most important. Xiao Yan gently stroked the girl's hair and comforted her with a smile. Why don't we invite the third elder? It's too late. The third elder has been busy with the clan meeting recently and won't be able to return in a short period of time. As for the others, he knew Xiao Yan's character. The latter wouldn't be at ease to entrust such a big matter to someone he wasn't familiar with. Thus, this matter could only be done by him. As for the clan meeting, he could only choose to give up. Chapter 1458. In the courtyard, Xiao Xian temporarily trapped Bai Hua in one place with the help of the arrayed disc and the rank 7 array. At the same time, Xiao Yan quickly entered the secret room and began to prepare to refine the Yun Spirit Pill. The Accumulation Spirit Pill was a rank 5 pill. Although its main effect was to nourish an injured spiritual essence, it was also able to merge the spiritual essence due to its special effect. It was also because of this that this medicinal pill was quite obscure despite being a rank 5 pill. If Xiao Yan had not specially investigated various pill formulas because of Xiao Xian's matter, it was likely that he would not have known about it. In the secret room, Xiao Yan did not stop as he swiftly took out the Accumulation Spirit Pill formula from his storage ring. At the same time he opened it, his entire mind quickly gathered, as though he was afraid of missing anything. Yun Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief after a careful inspection. Although the refinement of this Accumulation Spirit Pill was not too troublesome for the current Xiao Yan, the few core medicinal ingredients needed to refine this medicinal pill were far too rare. If Xiao Yan had not kept some of these medicinal ingredients in his storage ring during these years, it was likely that he would not have been able to find all of these medicinal ingredients even in this large Xiao clan. Xiao Yan's storage ring might not have been able to collect all of them. Without this trouble, the pressure in Xiao Yan's heart was relieved a lot. After which, he waved his hand and summoned the medicinal cauldron. As he raised his hand, a cluster of flames slowly floated out from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, it immediately shot into the medicinal cauldron. In an instant, a raging fire burned fiercely. The flickering fire passed through the medicinal cauldron and lit up the entire secret room. Perhaps it was because Bai Hua's current condition had caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a sense of urgency, or perhaps it was because the clan gathering was approaching, but it caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel an additional sense of urgency. The speed of the medicinal pill refinement this time around was much faster than in the past. In such a hurry, the medicinal ingredients were all destroyed during the 3 consecutive refinements. Only one set of medicinal ingredients remained. Fortunately, after 3 consecutive failures, Xiao Yan finally understood where the problem was. After a short rest, he tried his best to calm his inner emotions. At this moment, the final refining was finally on the right track. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's speed in refining the medicinal pill this time around was much faster than usual regardless of whether it was from any aspect. Even though he had already adjusted his mentality, the medicinal pill refinement process was undoubtedly extremely fast. Of course, the thing that caused people to feel surprised was that under this kind of steady and swift refinement, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was actually swiftly formed according to Xiao Yan's rhythm. If such a beautiful scene was seen by an outsider, it was likely that they would involuntarily let out a cry of praise. As Xiao Yan entered the secret room, time passed quickly in the outside world. Time passed, and the clan gathering arrived. The entire Xiao clan was filled with enthusiasm and prosperity. Except for Xiao Yan, everyone was welcoming the arrival of this day. The next day. Xiao clan, fighting arena. As the venue for the previous clan gatherings, this year's competition was naturally no exception. Even though the fighting arena had been destroyed during the big battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei a few months ago, it was only a matter of time for them to restore the fighting arena. Rumble, a huge crack was forcefully torn open in the invisible space. Two huge floating stone platforms were suspended in midair. It was a frightening sight. Compared to the previous clan gathering, the scale of the clan gathering was naturally much grander. As a grand occasion for the younger generation of the Xiao clan, the scale of the gathering was magnificent. Other than the fighting arena, there were two separate fighting arenas in the sky above the fighting arena. Even the elders' seats were set up in the sky. Although it was early in the morning, the viewing gallery below was already surging with human heads. Their momentum was vast and mighty. Even the open ground below was similarly filled with countless black masses of human heads. At a glance, the bustling crowd was accompanied by an earth-shaking noise as they spread in all directions. Finally, they gathered into one that shot towards the clouds. At the elders' table, Xiao Dingtian, who was in charge of the cabinet, and the others were all present. As the elder who held great authority in the clan, Xiao Dingtian was also in charge of the opening of the clan meeting. Although he had experienced many things in the past, even so, the old man still couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Compared to the past, the highlight of this year's clan gathering was that other than the younger generation of the clan who would compete in the arena, many of the clan's disciples who had gone out to train had returned to the clan and expressed that they would display their skills in the clan gathering. Of course, this display wasn't for them to compete with the younger generation. Instead, it was for them to display the results of their training in the past few years in the form of an exhibition match. Of course, other than this, the other thing that could attract people's interest was naturally, Xiao Yan. The clan gathering is about to begin, but he still hasn't arrived. As a junior, he dares to be so arrogant. If the Xiao clan really takes him in, wouldn't he be so arrogant in the future? Xiao Dingtian's expression was gloomy as he looked at the front row of the viewing platform below. Those seats were reserved for the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the clan. At this moment, Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian, and the rest were all present. However, Xiao Yan was nowhere to be seen. The clan gathering has just started. For people of his level, even if he comes, he will only be a spectator. It doesn't matter if he comes a little late. Just as Xiao Dingtian was cursing in a cold voice, Xiao Jinghong had unknowingly walked over from the side. His words caused Xiao Dingtian's expression to instantly turn gloomy. In the end, it's because I took something from him. You said that you won't be his enemy, and now you want to go against me? Big brother, why do you have to do this? After that incident, I went back and thought about it, and indeed understood some things. Since we are all members of the same clan, blood is thicker than water. Why do you have to force us? Besides, no matter if it's Xiao Yan's wisdom or cultivation talent, they are all top-notch. Xiao Jinghong hesitated for a moment before he sighed and lamented. Are you asking for a reward for him? Xiao Dingtian's face twitched as he swallowed a mouthful of air and said in a serious tone. I just want to tell Big Brother that their bloodline power has yet to be tested. Everything we have done up until now is just a guess. Besides, Xiao Xian has already returned to his normal cultivation. This might be due to the special cultivation method he cultivates. Why do you have to? Enough. Before Xiao Jinghong finished speaking, the former suddenly berated as his old eyes slowly swept across the crowd below. He paused for a moment before he said, Everything I do is for the sake of the future of the clan. Everything that the old me has done is for the future of my Xiao clan. Both you and Xiao Gan are clearly aware of this point. Hence, the old me would rather kill 10,000 people than give in on this matter. All you need to do is tell Xiao Yan that the old me will let him off for the time being during the clan gathering. If he dares to taint the bloodline of my Xiao clan, the old me will definitely kill him. At the end of his words, Xiao Dingtian's tone gradually surged with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely waved his sleeve and couldn't be bothered to explain to the people beside him. He turned around and walked towards the other end of the elders' seating area. Xiao Jinghong couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he looked at the former's stubborn back. Blindly adhering to one's own views might be able to protect the things one wanted to protect to a certain extent, but once this adhering to it for too long, it would unknowingly evolve into pedantry and stubbornness, causing everything to rot along with it. Xiao Dingtian was like this. Resurgence of the Fire Sovereign. Chapter 1459. As time elapsed, all the seats in the martial arts arena were fully occupied. Even the front row seats were filled with the younger generation of the Xiao clan led by Xiao Feng. Xiao Dingtian and the others were seated on the elder seats that were suspended high in the air. Seated on the main seat was the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng, who was rarely seen. However, what surprised most of the people was the elder seated beside him. It was the Xiao clan's first elder, Xiao Zhen. If it was in the past, the first elder would not participate despite the clan gathering being a rare grand event for the younger generation in the clan. This time around, even he had appeared. From this, it could be seen that the value of this clan gathering had already reached quite a high level. This also caused quite a number of people to subconsciously associate it with Xiao Yan. Even the first elder is standing up for Xiao Yan. It seems like he thinks highly of him. The relationship between Xiao Yan and the three people in charge of the inner pavilion cannot be considered harmonious. This time around, they have stepped forward to help him relieve some pressure. After all, with the first elder around, even Xiao Dingtian, who is in charge of the inner pavilion, would have to restrain himself a little. TSK, you don't know the whole story. Although the first elder is standing up for Xiao Yan, his real motive should be for the second young lady. Among the younger generation of the clan, the second young lady's strength is extremely strong. Moreover, I heard that she has already become a rank 7 alchemist. There will be a good show to watch. The people in the viewing gallery discussed one after another. However, when they mentioned the so-called second young miss of the clan, their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration. This was especially the case when the latter's status as a rank 7 alchemist was mentioned. Almost everyone present thought of Xiao Yan at the same time. The latter had just successfully refined a rank 7 medicinal pill 2 months ago. He was also a genuine rank 7 alchemist. If the two of them were to meet, it was likely that it would not be easy for them to end up in a friendly manner. Clan head Xiao Yuheng frowned slightly as he looked at the row of empty seats in front of the viewing gallery below from the elders' seats. Suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, and the rest had yet to appear even at this moment. This involuntarily caused him to be quietly worried. First elder Xiao Zhen by the side had also sensed this and was similarly curious in his heart. He might be able to understand why Xiao Yan was not present. However, Xiao Xian had always respected the clan. Unless there was an important reason, the latter would definitely not be late for such a grand occasion. Cough, cough. At this moment, a faint cough infused with Genesis chi sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately, the noisy chatter swiftly died down. Moments later, the entire place was completely silent. Countless gazes turned towards the elder seating area, awe surging in their gazes. As the top figures of the clan, it was indeed rare for them to gather in this place. Even some of the clan's elders had to maintain a respectful attitude when they saw such a scene, let alone the young disciples. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian stood up, his turbid old eyes slowly scanning the entire place. He paused for a moment when his gaze swept past a certain spot before withdrawing his gaze. A smile appeared on his old face as he said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, everyone has gathered. Since everyone is here, time waits for no man. Let the clan meeting officially begin." Hua. As his voice faded, the countless young disciples of the Xiao clan on the spectator stands below immediately responded with eager faces. The uproar was even louder than before, almost soaring into the sky. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian smiled in satisfaction. He gently pressed his hands into the air, and an invisible pressure immediately swept across the entire place. The atmosphere gradually stabilized, and Xiao Dingtian continued with a smile. According to the rules of the clan gathering, the battle zones will be divided into 3 groups according to one's cultivation level: Origin King, Origin Emperor, and Origin Ancestor. The Origin King battle will start first, and the final 50 winners will receive rewards from the clan. The top 10 will have the right to challenge the Origin Emperor stage, and if they win, the corresponding rewards will be doubled. Origin Emperor, Origin Ancestor, and so on. Remember, the clan gathering is only used to evaluate the strength of all the participants, and it is meant to temper your battle experience. The Elders' Assembly also hopes that you will be able to obtain the greatest amount of growth from each other's battles, and not kill for the sake of obtaining rewards. I hope that you will stop when necessary, or don't blame the Elders' Assembly for being merciless. Now, the first match of the clan gathering, the 10 Origin King battles, begin. The instant the last word left Xiao Dingtian's mouth, a large group of figures immediately leapt onto the stage, covering the sky and covering the earth. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The clan gathering had begun. At the same time, within the Xiao clan, in Xiao Yan's courtyard, Xiao Xian and Lian were standing outside the secret room with a frown. They looked at the secret room that remained silent for a long time, and both of them became slightly nervous. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's gaze shifted, and he looked in the direction of the battle zone. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he slowly exhaled as he clenched his teeth. The clan gathering has already begun. Lian Er's eyes flashed when she heard that. She looked over as well, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze returned to the tightly shut door of the secret room, and a wisp of urgency appeared in her eyes. She paused for a moment before saying, "Fortunately, it's only the Origin King battles today. I hope we can make it in time. Girl, tomorrow is the Origin King battles, and the third elder registered for you. You should at least go and take a look today. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage if you don't know the rules." Xiao Xian couldn't bear it when he saw Lian Er's face filled with worry. Lian Er being able to participate in the Xiao clan gathering could be considered as the Xiao clan's acknowledgement of her. When Xiao Yan entered the clan in the future, Lian would be able to avoid those strange gazes. But now, she insisted on staying here, hoping to personally see Xiao Yan come out of seclusion. What is it? Xiao Yan is actually still refining medicinal pills at such a time. Right at this moment, a clear female voice suddenly sounded in front of the courtyard. Their gazes instantly shifted, and they happened to see a man and a woman standing outside the door. The man's figure was tall, and there was a hint of firmness between his brows. The woman wore a tight red dress, and her curvaceous figure was completely revealed. Her pair of snow-white long legs were boldly exposed in the air, and it was even more eye-catching. At this moment, what surprised Xiao Xian the most was that the aura of these two people were actually above the 5-star source ancestor level. Chapter 1460. The sudden appearance of the two made Xiao Xian's face tighten a little, and he immediately scrutinized the two. Lian Er vigilantly stared at the two people in front of her, faint Genesis chi condensing on the surface of her body. In response, the young man and woman smiled faintly and strode forward. They entered the courtyard and looked straight at the secret room Xiao Yan was in. He, the first elder, said that he was the most unique existence in the clan. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that I underestimated him. The young man's magnetic laughter rang out, invisibly exuding a majestic aura that made one unconsciously feel inferior. Xiao Xian frowned, deep in thought. To be able to obtain the recognition of Elder Huazhu, his talent is naturally unquestionable. The only thing that surprised me is that his spirit has reached the grade 7 level. At the side, the red-dressed woman's lips that were as red as blood curled up slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on her gorgeous face. She slowly stretched out her soft and slender finger, and with a snap of her finger, a cluster of crimson-red flames appeared. It danced along with the woman's finger as it continued to dance. Xiao Xian's eyes tightened a little, and he immediately thought of something. If there's nothing else, I hope you can leave this place. Lian Er finally couldn't help but let out a low shout. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out from her body, pressing towards the two people. Just as the girl was about to attack, Xiao Xian hurriedly stopped her. At the same time, his gaze fell on the man and woman opposite him, and he cupped his fists together. I didn't expect it to be the young clan leader and the second miss. Surprise immediately appeared on the man and woman's faces. They hurriedly cupped their fists together towards Xiao Xian and respectfully said, "Elder, you're too kind. You're an elder of the inner sect, and in terms of seniority, you're above us. How could we dare to accept such a great greeting from you? Elder, please take back your order." Xiao Xian hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the two people again. The man was called Xiao Xiaojun, and he was the son of clan leader Xiao Yuheng. At the same time, he was also known as the most talented person in the younger generation of the clan. At such a young age, he was already regarded by many elders as the next clan leader. The lady beside him was called Xiao Siyu. She was the granddaughter of the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Similarly, as one of the top talents among the younger generation of the clan, her status was something that few people in the clan could match. This was especially so when one added her status as an alchemist. No one among the younger generation of the clan could match up to her. Of course, these conclusions stopped before Xiao Yan appeared. Behind Xiao Xian, Lian was also stunned for a long time by the scene in front of her. It was only when Xiao Xian smiled and rubbed the girl's head, did she suddenly return, and timidly withdrew the powerful aura she released. This change in an instant was really hard to imagine. Was he really an origin expert? The two of you didn't return to the clan this time because of the clan meeting, right? After a few words, Lian, Xiao Xian's Xiao, in response, Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said, "You probably know about the Stone Tribe. I'm sure you already know about the Stone Tribe in the Northern Territory. The Stone Tribe was exterminated, and the upper echelons of the family were quite wary of it. Just in case, they ordered us back." Xiao Xian nodded slightly. He was also curious about the matter of the Stone Tribe. What kind of force could destroy such a large clan without being discovered by outsiders? This was really shocking. As for the clan gathering, it belongs to these young people after all. I have already passed this time. The Shi clan matter is only one of the reasons why I returned to the clan. The second reason is to enter the ancestral temple and complete the clan's sacrifice. As he said this, Xiao Xiaojun's gaze involuntarily stared at the former, as if he was afraid that Xiao Xian would be displeased. Then, he paused for a moment, glanced at the tightly shut door of the secret room, and said again, "I have also heard a lot about your recent matters in the clan. Elder Xiao Dingtian's actions are rigid and overly stubborn. He is even a little pedantic. However, he is indeed wholeheartedly doing what is best for the clan. Therefore, I hope that elder will not bear grudges." Young clan leader is not saying these words for me to hear, right? Hearing this, Xiao Xian smiled and did not mind at all. Xiao Yan had stayed in the Xiao clan for a couple of years. The members of the Xiao clan were well aware of how Xiao Yan conducted himself. Although Xiao Xiaojun had just returned to the clan, he was roughly aware of this. Of course, he naturally understood how Xiao Yan conducted himself in the Xiao clan. The intention behind his words was self-evident. Xiao Xiaojun smiled brightly but did not explain further. It was fine as long as everyone understood these principles. He just did not wish for the clan to continue messing around because of some trivial matters. He did not have the authority to lecture Xiao Yan. Now, he could only hope that Xiao Yan would stop. However, Xiao Xian could only helplessly smile in the face of this. He was naturally clearly aware of Xiao Yan's character. Since the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xiao Dingtian had already reached such a stage, it was naturally impossible for things to end well. Even he was unable to intervene. Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Dingtian stayed in the courtyard for a long time. Xiao Xian chatted with the two of them wittily. Compared to some of the stubborn elders in the clan, it was undoubtedly much easier to chat with the two of them. Moreover, when Xiao Xian probed them intentionally or unintentionally, the two of them revealed a favorable impression of Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Xian to heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the two of them did not belong to Xiao Yan's faction. Otherwise, with their status, it would be impossible for Xiao Yan to join the Xiao clan. After the two of them left, the courtyard regained its tranquility. Xiao Xian's gaze returned to the secret chamber. Withdrawing his mind, Xiao Xian saw that there was still no sign of the door in front of him. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and wait for a long time. He only left when the sun had set in the west and the stars filled the sky. The next day. The Origin King battle had ended 2 days ago. A new day welcomed the Origin Emperor battle. It was the same selection, but it was a completely different and harsh battle situation. Today, Xiao Xian had no choice but to be present in order to prevent anything from happening to Lien. The arena was bustling with noise and excitement. The Origin Emperor battle had begun, and Lien had entered the arena. An intense battle was about to begin. At the same time, in the courtyard, in the narrow space behind the tightly shut door of the secret room, waves of pill fragrance were rising unceasingly at this very moment. Chapter 1461. On the arena, as the Origin Emperor battles began, intense battles were taking place on the 3 giant battle platforms. Lien stood on a floating battle stage. Opposite her was a 3-star wood attribute Origin Emperor. A frivolous look appeared on the latter's face when he saw the pretty beauty before him. He could not help but tease when he sensed Lien's initial Origin Emperor cultivation. TSK, you must be the girl by Xiao Yan's side. To think that you're also an Origin Emperor. However, from the looks of your aura, you've likely broken through not too long ago. The man's words made Lien frown slightly as disgust rose in her heart. With a thought, the Genesis chi in her body began to circulate. Heh, little girl, I won't bully you so that you won't lose face. After all, it's not good for such a beautiful girl to cry. Why don't you admit defeat and I won't make things difficult for you? How about it? The man's eyes flashed when he saw Lien frown, as if he had hit the nail on the head. However, the instant his words left his mouth, the girl's body abruptly shot forward. With a flick of her finger, several rays of purple light swiftly shot out and landed around the man. Several of them headed straight for him, distorting and shattering the invisible space as they passed. The air was also enveloped in purple poison mist. Oh no! That woman's Genesis chi is poisonous. The man's expression changed at the sight of this. Only then did he realize that he had been careless. Genesis chi surged out from his body as he hurriedly retreated, blocking the incoming purple streaks of light. Next, a figure flashed as the sound of collision rang out on the battlefield. The girl had skipped all warm-up since the start of the battle, using a direct clash to swiftly bring the battle to its climax. TSK, the woeful poison body. Since it has grown to such a level, how can an ordinary Origin Emperor compare to the power it can erupt with? That kid is going to lose. At a certain location in the spectator stands, Xiao Lei leaned against a railing with his arms crossed as he nonchalantly remarked. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin smiled and nodded. His gaze then shifted as he said, "Oh right, Big Brother went to visit Xiao Yan yesterday, although he didn't see him." "Oh? I didn't see him. What do you mean?" Xiao Lei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xiao Lei shook his head helplessly and said with a crying and laughing face. "It's said that that guy is currently refining pills and in seclusion. He won't meet anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lei's body suddenly straightened. He turned around and stared at the latter. What? The clan meeting has already begun, why would he run off to refine pills? Isn't this clearly showing that he has given up on entering the clan? The latter shrugged and puckered his lips to display his helplessness. At this moment, they at most knew that Xiao Yan was in closed-door cultivation to refine medicinal pills, and they were completely unaware of exactly why this was happening. Boom! At this moment, the man who was fighting fiercely with Lien was pushed back by the former's palm with a look of disbelief on his face. He took half a step off the stage and almost fell down. This also confirmed the final result of the competition. The girl stood on the battle platform with an indifferent expression. She glanced around and looked somewhere in the stands. Xiao Xian was standing there quietly. In the blink of an eye, the Origin Emperor battle had come to an end. Next, it was time to welcome the origin sect battle that all the younger generation members of the Shao clan were paying attention to. The next day, the grand competition was about to begin. In the courtyard, Xiao Xian frowned tightly as he stared at the door in front of him, which still did not show the slightest movement. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, while his heart was filled with anxiety. The origin sect battle was about to begin. Until now, Xiao Yan still did not show any signs of coming out of his seclusion. Shao Clan, Battle Arena. Xiao Tian wins. On the battle stage, after Xiao Tian repelled a newly advanced member of the clan, a satisfied laughter sounded out from the elders' viewing platform. Xiao Jinghong had a face full of smiles as he exchanged glances with Xiao Tian, who was on the stage below. Soon after, just as he was about to sit down, Xiao Dingtian, who was beside him, slowly stood up. After judging the outcome of the battle on the other side, his following words caused the faces of some people in the elders' viewing platform to tighten. Next match, Xiao Chuheng against Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he mentioned Xiao Yan. He had naturally heard about the matters regarding Xiao Yan over the past few days. Hence, after some arrangements, Xiao Chuheng's original opponent was changed to Xiao Yan. In the arena, Xiao Chuheng's face also had a satisfied expression at this moment. Clearly, he was also aware of this matter. After Xiao Yan had found him and explained the reason 2 days ago, Xiao Chuheng was quite satisfied with this matter. He recalled that Xiao Yan had attacked him before he had even stepped into the Xiao clan. Today, although he was unable to defeat Xiao Yan in a head-on battle, since he could defeat the latter without having to make a move, why not do such a satisfying and simple matter? In the viewing gallery below, how could Xiao Xian not understand the reason in his heart when he saw the scene in the arena? However, the situation was destined to be unchangeable. Xiao Yan. If you are present, then quickly go up the arena and participate in the battle. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a forfeit. Xiao Dingtian's gaze slowly scanned the entire arena, especially when it swept past Xiao Xian. When he saw the solemn expression on the latter's face, the smile on his face became even denser. Since even the usually steady Xiao Xian had revealed such an expression, then there was no need for him to doubt that Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to appear today. Since you are not willing to go up the arena, then this old man will announce that this battle. After scanning the surroundings, Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and smiled. There was actually some complacency in his smile. However, just as he was about to speak, the nearby Xiao Mingyuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Dingtian, why are you so anxious?" Xiao Dingtian, why do you need to be so anxious? Even if the person has not arrived at this moment, according to the rules of the grand meeting, it should be determined that Xiao Yan has forfeited 15 minutes later. As the person in charge, you actually want to ignore the rules? Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian didn't get angry but laughed instead. Don't tell me that you and I don't know whether Xiao Yan will be able to make it? Since that is the case, why waste time to drag it out? The rules are the rules. Don't tell me you want to disregard them. Xiao Mingyuan's expression was nervous, and the emotions in his heart were similarly nervous. After that, he took a deep breath before speaking. I'm not afraid of you. Since you insist on doing so, then wait for a while longer. However, don't say that I didn't tell you. No matter how you drag it out, the result is destined to be unchangeable. Elder is right. The result is the result, and it is naturally unchangeable. I hope you can forgive me for being late. Chapter 1462. As Xiao Yan spat out his somewhat tired words, he stepped onto the battle stage and twisted his body. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds of bones colliding rang out. That brat is finally here. At the same time, in the arena, as Xiao Yan appeared, the expression on Xiao Xian's face suddenly froze. Immediately after, he let out a disappointed smile. The nervousness and worry in his heart had finally dissipated at this moment. The nervous young girl by the side couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy on her face. At the front of the spectator stand, Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Yan, who had finally appeared on the stage. His slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed as the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Even Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin had the same expression. In the elders' seating area, the first elder's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He looked at the black-robed young man who slowly stepped out and nodded slightly. Xiao Mingyuan and the others by the side finally let out a long sigh of relief. Only Xiao Dingtian's old face turned ashen when faced with this sudden change in the arena. Half of his face couldn't help but twitch violently. It was unimaginable that Xiao Yan would actually appear at this final moment. Just as the curtains were about to fall on the battle stage, the situation suddenly reversed. Of course, the one with the most intense emotional fluctuation was Xiao Chuhang, who was currently on the same stage as Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter's face that was originally filled with smiles had turned into astonishment. He stared at Xiao Yan, who appeared in front of him, with a face of disbelief. The fiery excitement in his heart instantly fell into an ice cave. "You? Why are you here?" Seeing the man in front of him again, Xiao Chuhang felt as if he had seen a nightmare. Before he even made a move, a deep sense of fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Immediately after, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile as he ridiculed, "Knowing that my opponent is an old acquaintance, I naturally wouldn't dare to be absent. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun last time. Why don't we have a good time today?" A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart after he uttered those words. A powerful spiritual pressure immediately swept out and covered the entire battle stage from all directions. A panic involuntarily surged onto Xiao Chuhang's face after Xiao Yan unleashed this technique. He recalled how Xiao Yan had broken it with a single punch back then. Now that Xiao Yan's strength was even greater than before, would it not mean, wait? After struggling and hesitating in his heart for a long time, Xiao Chuhang finally shouted with an ugly expression under the gazes of many people present. "I admit defeat." Once these words were spoken, the entire audience instantly booed. Xiao Dingtian, who was seated in the elders' seating area, had an extremely unsightly expression as he closed his eyes and withdrew his gaze. His chest was almost suffocated by his anger, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. He actually targeted this idiot. In the viewing gallery, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Chuhang, who had finally given up under Xiao Yan's spiritual pressure. He sighed helplessly and slowly shook his head. From the way he saw it, given Xiao Yan's current mental state and the exhaustion of the Genesis Qi in his body, Xiao Yan would have the only chance to defeat him if they were to fight. Unfortunately, this foolish younger brother of his did not have that kind of awareness. After suffering a blow, he had revealed such a weak state of mind in the face of Xiao Yan's spiritual pressure. "Elder, he has admitted defeat. What do you think?" Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He immediately turned his gaze toward the elders' seats that were higher up. His gaze stared directly at Xiao Dingtian. The provocation within it was not even the slightest bit concealed. The anger in Xiao Dingtian's heart burned even brighter when he saw this. He gnashed his teeth as if he couldn't wait to skin Xiao Yan alive. It wasn't until Xiao Yuheng coughed that Xiao Dingtian abruptly returned to his senses. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth after a long time. "Xiao Chuhang versus Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan wins." As his voice faded, a burst of cheers rang out in the arena. Xiao Dingtian sat back down on his seat and coldly snorted. He pushed an elder next to him out to continue hosting the match, while he sat in silence with a depressed expression. Xiao Chuhang's face was dejected as he withdrew from the stage. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He turned his gaze and once again looked in the direction of the mansion. The Northern King was receiving the pill lightning at that spot. The final part of the accumulation spirit pill had yet to be completed. The first round of the battle had just ended. It was time for him to return and continue completing the medicinal pill. However, he was unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. If Xiao Dingtian were to know that Xiao Yan had taken advantage of this short period of time when he was refining medicinal pills to complete a round, just what kind of interesting expression would his old face have? Although the people present were curious about Xiao Yan's departure, they didn't have the time to care. After all, the match was still ongoing, and the process hadn't ended yet. If it wasn't for the first place, who would care about whether he left or not? Soon, Xiao Yan and the others returned to the courtyard. After Xiao Yan packed up, the spirit accumulation pill naturally appeared perfectly. Then, he came to the courtyard where Bai Hua was sealed. A few days had passed, but Bai Hua's condition didn't have any obvious changes. Under the suppression of Xiao Xian's array, she was still in a stable state for the time being. This was one of the few pieces of good news. At least, she was no longer rioting, which meant that the monster in her body didn't have the upper hand. There was still a chance to redeem everything. Following which, Xiao Yan did not do anything unnecessary. He borrowed his spiritual strength and completely wrapped the accumulation spirit pill within it. Relying on the unique medicinal properties of the medicinal pill, he directly inserted it into Bai Hua's body and directed it to the source of her soul. Unlike the usual usage, this time, Xiao Yan wanted to use the power of this pill to let Bai Hua's soul origin completely devour the monster's soul origin. Buzz! However, the moment Xiao Yan's soul power entered Bai Hua's body, a ferocious beast-like ink-colored soul power suddenly attacked. The strange sharp claws that condensed from it seemed to want to tear Xiao Yan's soul power apart. Puff! In the next moment, Xiao Yan's mind moved. Immediately, an invisible flame quickly wrapped around his soul power. The surging soul power condensed into an invisible hand that pushed back the monster that was pouncing towards him. Immediately, when the monster was about to attack again, another ball of milky white soul power suddenly rushed out and turned into a strange beast, temporarily blocking the strange fellow. In the blink of an eye, one black and one white, fiercely fought against each other. Xiao Yan took the opportunity to quickly insert his soul power into Bai Hua's body. A moment later, a huge ball of milky white soul origin appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. This was Bai Hua's soul origin. However, at this moment, this ball of soul origin was surrounded by an even larger but only half-black soul origin. The strange black soul origin was slowly covering it like a viscous liquid. At this moment, from Xiao Yan's point of view, more than half of the white soul origin had been wrapped within it. Although the milky white soul origin had not been completely devoured, if this plan continued, all of Bai Hua's soul origin, including her body, would be invaded by this monster. Fortunately, the existence of the spirit accumulation pill was destined to reverse all of this. Chapter 1463. Buzz! The moment the Yun spirit pill entered her body, a strange energy immediately swept out. Xiao Yan's soul force was the first to bear the brunt. If not for his fast reaction, his soul would have been injured by the energy. In the outside world, the moment Xiao Yan's soul force withdrew from Bai Hua's body, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His figure took half a step back, completely avoiding the attack of the energy. This Yun spirit pill is unique. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was about to withdraw from Bai Hua's body, the strange energy that had swept out from within her body suddenly shrank. At the same time, an even more shocking suction force was emitted from within Bai Hua's spiritual essence. This caused Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to nearly be dragged into it. Although it was a little dangerous, it was enough to make Xiao Yan feel more at ease. After all, with this energy, he believed that he could snatch back the portion of Bai Hua's soul origin that was devoured. He might even completely devour the soul of that monster. How is it? Seeing Xiao Yan hastily retreat, Xiao Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise. A trace of nervousness also appeared on Lian Er's pretty face. The effect of this Yun spirit pill has far exceeded my expectations. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The moment these words were spoken, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The huge rock in their hearts had finally been lifted. Immediately after, when the three of them looked at Bai Hua again, a strange energy was spreading out from her body and slowly wrapping around her body. A surprisingly dense aura of vitality caused the three of them to completely calm down. Although the situation in Bai Hua's body had temporarily stabilized, it was obvious that she wouldn't be able to wake up in a short period of time. They would probably have to wait until the two soul origins completely merged. After solving Bai Hua's problem, the other thing that they needed to pay attention to now was the clan gathering. Compared to the battle between the Origin Kings and Origin Emperors, the battle between the Origin sects was undoubtedly even more exciting. The rarely seen peak experts of the younger generation of the various clans had all gathered together today. What was even rarer was that the spectators were able to directly observe the strength of these individuals. This would naturally be endlessly beneficial to the future cultivation of the younger generation in the spectator stands. In the so-called cultivation, cultivation is learning, and action is walking. Regardless of whether it was practicing a qi method or do technique or observing a battle between experts, this was a method of learning. Traveling the continent, going out to gain experience, a journey of 1,000 miles all began with a single step. The two of them complemented each other for cultivation. The Origin Zone battles were clearly much more intense than the former. Even though the number of rounds was much less, the battles between Origin Zones were not so easily decided. As such, almost every battle lasted for a long time. Of course, Xiao Yan's situation in the morning was an unexpected accident. After settling the matter with Bai Hua, Xiao Yan could not be bothered to turn around and return to the noisy battle arena. According to Xiao Xian, his next match would be tomorrow. Since there was nothing else, he might as well return to his room and have a good sleep. Although Xiao Yan had only spent a few days refining this pill, he didn't feel any more relaxed than before. His spirit was highly concentrated, and his spiritual power and Genesis Qi were crazily consumed. These were all things that the past pill refinement could not compare to. It was already not easy for him to forcefully remain calm when facing Xiao Chuhang in the morning. Now that he was able to rest, Xiao Yan was indeed unable to move. Xiao Xian had returned to the arena to prevent Xiao Dingtian from tampering again. Lian was not interested in such a scene, and thus remained behind to look after Bai Hua. The group finally returned to the right track from their earlier nervousness. At the same time, intense battles were in full swing on the 3 stone platforms in the battle arena. The mischievous girl, Xiao Ling relied on her strange agility to almost completely occupy the upper hand in the entire battle. Although her opponent had not been defeated, he had never touched Xiao Linger's body in the slightest from the beginning of the battle until the end when he helplessly admitted defeat. Such a strange battle situation was rare. At the same time, among the other battles, the most interesting one was Xiao Tian's battle. When the battle had reached the middle, this fellow had actually succeeded in breaking through during the battle. Fortunately, his opponent did not take advantage of his precarious situation and won in the end. However, the atmosphere in the battlefield was rather harmonious. Other than that, there was also a clan's disciple in the arena. He usually did not show his strength, but when he appeared today, many of the elders in the elders' seating area could not help but exclaim in admiration. Many people's eyes revealed an expectant expression. It was obvious that they thought highly of him. The third match of the second round, Xiao Linger vs Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wins. The referee's voice slowly sounded out in the arena. Xiao Linger, who was on the battle stage, pouted her mouth as she fiercely glared at Xiao Yang, who was smiling at her. This fellow looked harmless, but ever since the two of them had fought earlier, Xiao Linger's wandering movement technique had actually been intercepted by this fellow several times. So much so that the situation where she should have taken the initiative had actually been completely grasped by the latter. Only then was she sent flying out of the arena with a final palm strike. I'm sorry, young Mississippi. My purpose for coming here this time is to prove my strength and become the new young master. Therefore, I have no choice but to use my full strength. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he stared at the rather enchanting and beautiful figure. I don't know if you can defeat the young master, but you will definitely not be able to pass Xiao Yan's stage. Xiao Linger coldly snorted as she spoke in disdain. Hearing this, Xiao Yang sneered. He had heard of Xiao Yan's battle achievements. Although he had defeated Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, there was no need to think too much to know that there was something wrong with that kind of battle. Naturally, he would not believe it. Furthermore, with his current strength, it would not be difficult to defeat Xiao Yan. In his eyes, the only opponent in this competition was only Xiao Feng. As he thought of this, Xiao Yang could not help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Feng, who was below the stage. Xiao Feng's ranking had been placed at the end of the Origin Zone battle. In other words, if one wanted to see him in the arena, they would first have to defeat all the other participants. The reason why the Xiao clan had done this, apart from the fact that Xiao Feng was the young master of the Xiao clan, was to prevent any unfair battles from occurring in the clan gathering. It was also due to these various reasons that the status of the young master was rather important in the eyes of the Xiao clan's younger disciples. However, while Xiao Yang was engrossed in his thoughts, he did not notice that the only thing that Xiao Feng was currently focused on was Xiao Yan's empty seat. Chapter 1464. The next day. On the fourth day of the clan gathering, the second round of the Origin Zone battle would also end on this day. After that would be the exhibition matches for the younger generation that had returned to the clan. In comparison, although there would be less of a practical battle, it would still be quite attractive. In the viewing platform, Xiao Yan finally sat in the seat that he should have sat in a few days ago. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. If Lian had not pulled him up early in the morning, he would still be sleeping on his bed. Little brother Xiao Yan, it's rare for you to come so early. Right at this moment, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xiao walked over as if they were inseparable, and teased with a smile. Xiao Yan turned his head when he heard this. He shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat awkward manner and gestured for the two to sit down. With the relationship between the two of you, if you become opponents in tomorrow's exhibition match, I wonder who will win and who will lose? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a teasing smile when he saw the two men accompanying each other at all times. Even though they had not met many times, the relationship between men was like this. There was no need to think too much about it, just knowing was enough. It's fine. Since it's an exhibition match, there won't be so many rules. It's not impossible for the two of us to fight together. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily froze when he heard these words. He looked at the two with a strange expression in his eyes. A certain thought flashed across his mind, causing cold sweat to appear on his back. The two brothers smiled awkwardly when they saw this. However, they could not be bothered to linger on this topic for too long. Big brother, have you seen him before? Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat confused, and only understood when the latter mentioned the junior clan leader. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. It's said that he's very strong. He's not just very strong. Amongst our generation, other than second sister, there is no one else who can compare with Big Brother. Big Brother's cultivation talent and strength are at the top even in the three great clans. Xiao Lei smiled and shook his head. The worship in his words was not concealed in the slightest. Being able to make him admire someone of the same generation so much was enough to show how powerful young Master Xiao was. HSS, then who exactly is he? 7-star origin sect. While Xiao Yan was feeling doubtful, Xiao Zhuobin's words suddenly exploded like a heavy bomb. Even Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned by these seemingly simple words. From what he could see, Xiao Lei's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor, and was already at the apex of the younger generation. However, Xiao Zhuobin had actually reached such a level. After giving it some thought, it was no wonder that the former had such an expression on his face when he mentioned the junior clan leader. Let's not talk about this for now. You will naturally see how strong the young clan leader is. But right now, there is one person who has been particularly outstanding in the competition recently. He is chasing after you in the limelight. I heard that he is aiming for the position of crown prince. Xiao Lei gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said with a playful smile. Xiao Yang, 3-star origin grandmaster. This is the guy who beat me off the stage yesterday and embarrassed me. Today, you must avenge me. Xiao Yan was just about to reply when a slightly resentful female voice suddenly rang out from the side, causing the gazes of many people in the surroundings to swiftly gather over. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Yan's gaze turned back. Sure enough, Xiao Ling had unknowingly appeared behind their seats. At the mention of Xiao Yang, the expression on her pretty face was clearly ugly. Her small mouth pouted angrily, expressing the displeasure in her heart. While a smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face when he heard this, he could not help but feel slightly surprised in his heart. He naturally knew about the former's strange movement technique. Even he had to be careful when facing it head-on. Since Xiao Yang was able to defeat this girl, his strength was clearly not ordinary. That's not all. Yesterday afternoon, even Xiao Tian was defeated by him. That's right. That fellow is covered in flames and very few people are able to get close to him. Being entangled by him is extremely troublesome. However, he has kicked an iron plate this time. After the entire fight, he had even used the fire god's fury. In the end, he was unable to even break through Xiao Yang's defense. I'm afraid that it will cause quite a psychological impact on him. Surprise immediately surged in Xiao Yan's heart when these words were said. His gaze swept across the arena and found that Xiao Tian's seat was indeed empty. From the looks of it, he had indeed suffered quite a blow. What kind of defense can withstand Fire God's fury? Xiao Yan could not help but ask in puzzlement after returning to his senses. I only know that it's rock-type Genesis Chi. From the looks of it, something must have happened that caused it to mutate. Moreover, it's even stronger than before. Otherwise, it would not have failed to break through his defenses. Xiao Lei slowly shook his head. He felt a wave of regret in his heart when he recalled the battle between Xiao Tian and Zhou Yuan. Xiao Lei had originally believed that given the latter's talent and the fact that he had broken through to the Genesis ancestor level, he would at least be able to enter the top 3. Who could have imagined that he would be defeated by Xiao Yang before even seeing Xiao Yan? The blow he received from this was truly huge. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled. He could roughly understand Xiao Yang's strength. Xiao Yang might not be on the offensive, but in terms of defense, that guy did indeed have an absolute advantage. When the time came to fight with him, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have to spend a lot of effort. We've talked for so long, but you still haven't agreed to help me. At this moment, Xiao Linger's loud voice rang out from behind him. Xiao Yan was a little speechless. Soon after, he said, since you've lost to him, you should work hard to raise your strength before seeking revenge, and not ask me to do it, right? I don't care. I must get back at him. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Beat him out of the arena and you'll have repaid the favor. Once these words were uttered, Xiao Yan finally became quiet. His gaze shifted to Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian by the side. The two of them smiled but did not speak as they stared at him. Their gazes were somewhat comical. A long while later, they finally sighed helplessly and said, "All right, I'll run into him eventually." Next match, Xiao Yang against Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, a loud and clear voice rang out from the elder's viewing platform. Soon after, a figure suddenly leapt onto the stage. Everyone looked over and saw an arrogant expression on the man's face. He lowered his gaze, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was still standing on the viewing platform. After which, he slowly raised his hand and made a provocative gesture. Xiao Yan did not make much of a move as he looked at the arrogant appearance of the man on the stage. He smiled faintly and took a step forward. In the next instant, his figure suddenly appeared on the stage, standing not far away from Xiao Yang's figure. Chapter 1465. On the spacious battle stage, two figures looked at each other from afar. They were dressed in black robes, and two auras filled the area. The somber atmosphere caused the hearts of several people to shiver a little. I never imagined that these two would meet. Their fame in the clan has been growing by the day. Now that they have met in the clan gathering, we'll be able to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Xiao Yang has declared that he will become the new successor of the clan, while Xiao Yan has a grudge with elder Xiao Dingtian. I'm afraid that this match won't be simple. That may not be the case. Xiao Yang has only displayed the strength of a 3-star origin ancestor. Xiao Yan defeated Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin in the battle arena previously, and both of them have strength that surpasses this level. Although Xiao Yang's strange rock armor has decent defensive capabilities, it may not be able to defeat Xiao Yan. The viewing gallery below immediately erupted into private conversations as they looked at the two people facing each other in the arena. Everyone present was acquainted with these two people, who had risen to fame within the clan. This was especially the case after the fight in the martial arts arena earlier. Xiao Yan's position within the Xiao clan had firmly stabilized. Now that he had met Xiao Yang, it was difficult for anyone to determine just how the two of them would fare. Xiao Yan ignored the noisy discussions around him as he nonchalantly looked towards Xiao Yang. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate as a faint pressure spread. The smile on Xiao Yang's face grew even wider as he eyed Xiao Yan, who was quietly standing opposite him. As long as he defeated the person in front of him, his only opponent would be Xiao Feng. By relying on this extremely strong armor, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat Xiao Feng. When that time came, it would be his turn to take the position of the heir of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yang let out a sinister laugh. As the words left his mouth, his right hand made a grabbing motion as surging gray Genesis Qi immediately gathered in his hand. The Genesis Qi viciously slashed across his chest, immediately forming a rock armor on his body as his icy eyes looked towards his opponent. I want to see if you're really as powerful as you showed in that battle. Xiao Yang coldly stared at Xiao Yan. When he saw the latter's calm appearance, Xiao Yang clenched his fists tightly. The gray-colored hard rock gradually covered them as a heavy feeling unknowingly spread out. Xiao Yan's eyes remained calm. With a slight twist of his palm, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler slowly appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful gale immediately formed at the tip of the ruler. At the same time, it carried a whistling sound. Soon after, his gaze was cast towards the elder seats. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over, old Zhang, who had called out his name earlier, abruptly regained his senses. His turbid old eyes surveyed the surroundings, but he did not speak much nonsense. Begin. As the words left the elder's mouth, the countless gazes that were watching the two individuals in the arena immediately turned boiling hot. The appearance of the two individuals before their eyes was likely the start of the true highlight of this clan gathering. Of course, the people who were observing the changes in the arena were not only those ordinary disciples in the viewing gallery. Even Xiao Lei, Xiao Feng, and the others in the front row, and even Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Siyu, who were standing outside the crowd, had their gazes focused on Xiao Yan's body. Even some of the elders in the elders' seats, who had great expectations for the two of them, had their eyes emitting a heated glow at this moment. Immediately after, a ferocious aura exploded from Xiao Yan and Xiao Yang on the stage. Two boundless Genesis Qi violently surged out from their bodies, colliding like two giant beasts. The tyrannical pressure released from the collision of the two powerful auras caused the expressions of several clan disciples in the stands to change. Quite a number of them could not help but hold their breaths for a moment. Xiao Yan's body twisted slightly as a series of cracking sounds rang out from within his body. Wave after wave of vigorous Genesis Qi swiftly flowed in his meridians, filling his entire body with power. Even the giant black ruler in his hand continuously released a domineering pressure, causing the surrounding space to continuously distort. Swish! The silence in the arena merely continued for tens of seconds before Xiao Yan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler in his hand, shot out explosively like an arrow leaving a bow. His speed was so fast that quite a number of people outside of the arena could only see a black shadow flashing past. Finally, a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky above Xiao Yang's head. It carried an incomparably powerful and frightening force as it heavily collided with Xiao Yang's towering rock armor in front of the numerous shocked gazes in the arena. Bzz. As the attack fell, the arena where the two of them were located was instantly destroyed. Huge cracks quickly spread out like a spider web from the point of collision between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire stone platform was completely shattered. Under this heavy blow, the powerful impact caused Xiao Yang's sturdy body to be pushed back dozens of feet. When he came to a stop, the aura around his body, including the rock armor on his body, had not changed much. Clearly, even with Xiao Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to break this rock armor by just relying on his external brute force. Upon sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. His slightly numb hand trembled slightly, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. When he lifted his head, he saw a mocking smile on Xiao Yang's face. Your brute force isn't small. But unfortunately, in front of me, brute force alone is far from enough. My rock armor is simply unbreakable within the same realm. No matter how much strength you have, it's useless. Xiao Yang let out a sinister laugh. As he stood up, his fists clenched tightly as sharp spikes formed at the front of his thick rock armor, while rock blades formed on his arms. It could be said that he had both offensive and defensive capabilities. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's body suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The latter was not afraid at all as he spun the giant ruler in his hand and rushed forward. On the battle stage, the two blurry figures crossed each other. The wide giant ruler fiercely smashed onto the rock armor. As sparks flew, a heavy collision sound rang out, and circles of tiny energy ripples spread out from the point of contact. The moment the two figures crossed each other, Xiao Yan's expression remained calm, but the giant ruler in his hand swung behind him as if it was a conditioned reflex. The heavy ruler brought about a strong wind that tore through the air as it fiercely struck the rock blade that was sweeping towards him. Clang 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 clang, as the heavy ruler rotated, a clear collision sound rang out. The two figures, which had just crossed each other, once again changed directions. In the blink of an eye, the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand had already swung over a dozen times. The rock armor that Xiao Yang was wearing did not show any signs of weakness. Not only did it block the incoming attacks, at the same time, there was a sharp piercing sound as numerous incomparably sharp forces chased after Xiao Yan's throat. If it were not for the latter's strong foundation, it was likely that he would not be able to dodge this torrential attack. On the viewing gallery, countless people were looking at the two blurry figures that were constantly flashing around with amazed faces. With their strength, there were not many people who could clearly see the situation in the arena. However, the few exchanges of pauses and collisions caused the emotions of the Xiao clan members to become increasingly agitated. Numerous loud cries rang out one after another, and the atmosphere in the arena swiftly swelled. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was on the battle stage, was also thinking rapidly in his heart. The defensive strength of Xiao Yang's rock armor was clearly above his expectations. After over 100 exchanges, he was actually unable to gain the slightest advantage. In other words, it was clearly unwise to rely on brute force to defeat Xiao Yang. However, it was also because of this that one would often overlook one's greatest weakness in the face of such an extreme defense. Xiao Yan, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. If you continue to drag on like this, you will only end up losing all your face. Instead of seeking humiliation, why don't you happily admit defeat in a cool manner? A sinister smile was immediately revealed on Xiao Yang's face when he saw Xiao Yan frown. His body suddenly jerked as turbulent Genesis Chi immediately surged out from within his body, continuously filling the rock armor on his body. Wave after wave of ferocious aura spread from it. In the blink of an eye, the scars left behind by the heavy ruler swiftly disappeared. The chilling aura caused the expressions of the younger generation members in the viewing gallery, who had suffered because of this, to change. In the face of Xiao Yang's tortoiseshell-like armor, no matter how ferocious their attacks were, the armor would swiftly recover once they infused their Genesis Chi into it. If they could not even break through the opponent's defense, how could they possibly win? Looks like even Xiao Yan is unable to deal with this tortoiseshell. I wonder if the heir will be able to defeat him. Seeing the situation on the battleground, quite a number of people present, who originally held expectations for Xiao Yan, immediately revealed disappointed expressions. Although the current situation of the battle was not clear, the situation was no different from yesterday. Everyone already understood the result in their hearts. There were even quite a number of people who had already planned to leave the battleground. In contrast to these individuals, Xiao Feng's gaze was as calm as ever. From the latter's point of view, the situation had already tipped in Xiao Yan's favor the moment Xiao Yang revealed his great ambition. Xiao Yang's defeat was only a matter of time. What's more, Xiao Yan had yet to display his true strength. Has he finally decided to show his true strength? Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was still dealing with Xiao Yang, and mumbled to himself. He could clearly sense that the Genesis Qi in the latter's body was rapidly being consumed. This also meant that this seemingly boring and monotonous battle was about to welcome an astonishing turn. Admit defeat, Xiao Yan. As long as the stone armor is not broken, you will never be able to hurt me. The sinister smile on Xiao Yang's face grew even wider as he gazed at Xiao Yan, who was unable to dodge under the stone armor. His body charged forward like a rhinoceros as he charged towards Xiao Yan. Clang! Xiao Yan tightly gripped the giant ruler with one hand. As he swung it down, the powerful force contained within Xiao Yan's armor blasted it back, causing it to fly out of Xiao Yan's hand. Upon seeing the giant ruler fly out of Xiao Yan's hand, several of the Xiao clan members present sighed as they withdrew their gazes. Even his weapon had been sent flying. The outcome was naturally easy to imagine. However, just as they were shaking their heads and sighing, Xiao Yan, who had left the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly raised his eyes. A sharp, cold glint agglomerated within his dark black eyes. His other hand also violently slammed forward at this moment. Since that is the case, I'll do as you wish. With the current distance between the two, Xiao Yan's palm had already landed on the armor in front of Xiao Yang's chest in the next instant. At the same time that his palm was gently placed on the armor, a faint cold cry sounded from Xiao Yan's mouth. Heart-shattering palm, break! A ferocious force immediately charged into Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang's heart abruptly tightened as a tearing sensation spread. His body violently shuddered as his expression changed drastically. The Genesis Qi in his body frantically gathered towards his heart, barely managing to suppress the strange force. However, at the same time, the remaining strength that erupted from Xiao Yan's palm struck the rock armor without holding back. Soon after, Xiao Yan slowly extended a finger and gently flicked it, crack. In an instant, the armor that covered his body shattered into pieces. I'm late. He's treating me to a movie and a meal, so I have to go take care of him. The first half of the dialogue was a little stuck. Xiao Yang had changed the content a few times, but he was still not satisfied with it. Chapter 1466. In the arena, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze the instant the rock armor shattered. Next, gaze after gaze began to burn with excitement. Now that the rock armor had been broken, this unchanging battle finally became a little more interesting. Xiao Yang's furious eyes widened. The ferocious fury in his eyes was not hidden at all. Xiao Yan ignored him. His body instantly closed in and his shoulder heavily smashed into the former's chest. A low, deep collision sound appeared and Xiao Yang's body quickly flew backwards. After which, he heavily smashed into the shattered battle stage. Xiao Yan gently twisted his body as he beckoned with his hand. The heavy Xian Buster sword immediately flew into his hand as a disdainful voice drifted out. You want me to admit defeat? Who do you think you are? Once his voice sounded, Xiao Yan stepped forward and slowly walked toward the ladder. When he arrived in front of him, he rotated the enormous ruler in his hand and slammed it down heavily. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out, but to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yang had managed to block Xiao Yan's giant buster sword with a single palm strike. After forcibly blocking Xiao Yan's attack, the latter slowly stood up, a sinister look on his face. He, you're the first amongst our generation to be able to shatter my armor. However, do you really believe that the rock armor is all I have? There was a hint of ridicule in Xiao Yang's sinister smile. The hand that he had used to block the heavy ruler was once again heavily slammed downwards. Grey Genesis Qi immediately gathered on his hand, causing the approaching Xiao Yan to be forced back several steps. Since we've come this far, I'll show you my true strength. The moment his voice sounded, Xiao Yang's body suddenly shook. A shocking aura that was many times stronger than before instantly swept out from within his body. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yang's body suddenly shot forward. Rock swiftly covered his arm as his body soared into the air. A fist heavily smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. For Star Origin Sect? When they saw this sudden turn of events, the expressions of everyone present changed. Those fellows who had previously been defeated by Xiao Yang finally understood why Xiao Yang was so fearless towards them. Among the younger generation of the entire Xiao family, only a handful of people could match up to him. However, regardless of whether it was Xiao Lei, Xiao Feng, or the others present, none of them displayed much surprise in the face of this point. Even though the strength that Xiao Yang had displayed had exceeded their expectations, if they wanted to rely on this to defeat Xiao Yan, it would undoubtedly mean that they had underestimated Xiao Yan. Even without mentioning anything else, if one were to talk about just how much strength Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng had unleashed during their fight with Xiao Yan back then, their hearts were naturally clear just how much strength they had unleashed. The strength of his fire lotus was not completely unleashed until the end. Once Xiao Yan unleashed it with all his strength, it was likely that no one could predict the result. How could Xiao Yang possibly be a match for a person that even they were shocked by? Clang! Xiao Yan waved the enormous ruler. He did not display much surprise at the situation in front of him. At the same time that his body turned, a fierce, intense flame suddenly surfaced on the enormous ruler in his hand. Following which, it swept out and forced back Xiao Yang, who was falling down. True strength? Don't tell me that you believe that this is all that I have. An indifferent voice was slowly spat out. The instant Xiao Yang stabilized his body, a figure instantly flashed out from the empty space beside him. The giant ruler was wrapped in flames as it heavily smashed towards Xiao Yang's head. When the latter sensed the frightening aura, the emotions in his heart suddenly tightened. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch towards the giant ruler. Clang! Unlike before, when Xiao Yang's punch landed this time, the terrifying force contained in the giant ruler actually shattered the rock armor on his arm. While Xiao Yang's heart was filled with horror and his body hastily retreated, Xiao Yan, wielding the heavy ruler, relied on his strange movement technique to closely follow. The two figures fought face to face. The broad ruler did not appear clumsy in Xiao Yan's hands, but was instead as nimble as a spear. It was truly crafty, and no matter how Xiao Yang dodged, he was unable to avoid it. The rock armor condensed time and time again, but before it could take shape, it would be shattered by Xiao Yan's ruler. The most infuriating thing was that the raging flames on the armor would climb up his body like a living creature. Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless in the face of the heavenly fire. Genesis Chi frantically poured out, extinguishing the heavenly fire time and time again, only to be bitten by it again and again. In a short span of time, several areas of Xiao Yang's body had been charred black, and even his face was not spared from the heavenly fire's attack. To think that a 4-star Origin sect member would be forced into such a miserable state by a 3-star Origin sect member. Even the rock armor that he was most proud of was unable to withstand Xiao Yan's attacks, and did not even have the chance to reform. In addition, the cheering Xiao clan members in the spectator stands only made the rage in Xiao Yang's heart burn even hotter. His battle with Xiao Yan caused Xiao Yang's eyes to gradually turn scarlet red, the savagery and fury in them becoming increasingly apparent. Until a certain moment. Bastard! I will fight it out with you. A furious roar was emitted as Xiao Yang's palm suddenly smashed against the incoming giant ruler. The powerful force on the ruler actually forced Xiao Yan back dozens of steps. Soon after, Xiao Yan's footsteps came to a stop. He raised his head, only to be surprised to discover that Xiao Yang's face had suddenly turned a strange blood-red color. Even the space between his teeth had traces of a blood-red color. Fresh blood was surging out from all the spots on his body that had been charred by the heavenly flame. Numerous green veins also bulged out, appearing as though they were about to burst apart, giving him a frightening appearance. Although he had become like this, Xiao Yang did not show any fear. Instead, the ruthlessness on his face became even denser. He raised his head and gave Xiao Yan a savage smile. Xiao Yang's voice seemed to have been transmitted from purgatory, causing one's heart to feel a chill. He, so what if you are fast? So what if you have a heavenly flame? I will definitely win this battle. Since you have forced me to use blood rage, I will definitely cripple you in this battle. Xiao Yang's body suddenly charged forward after his cry sounded. At the same time, a powerful aura that was close to that of a 6-star origin sect spread from within his body. Xiao Yan's face was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. He did not expect that this fellow's secret technique was quite extraordinary. However, Xiao Yan slowly shook his head when he saw the fresh blood flowing all over Xiao Yang's body. This secret technique actually consumes one's body. How foolish. Chapter 1467. In the arena, Xiao Yang's body, which was suddenly covered in blood, attracted the attention of the crowd on the viewing platform. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as whispers rang out. Is that blood rage? Is this guy crazy? He actually cultivated such a thing. Blood rage is a secret technique that the clan forbids. Although it's a restriction, it's just an unwritten rule on the surface and won't cause much of an impact. I didn't think that this guy would actually cultivate such a secret technique. Depending on the quality of the bloodline, the strength obtained after using blood rage will be different. In the past, there were indeed many people who fought to cultivate it. However, ever since they knew that this thing would damage the quality of their bloodline, no one would take the initiative to cultivate it unless it was absolutely necessary. On the viewing platform, some of the people who had some understanding of the secret technique that Xiao Yang was using could not help but sigh. They did not think that this guy would go to such an extent in order to compete for the position of Crown Prince. Blood rage was the top secret technique of the Xiao clan. At its peak, it even surpassed the strength obtained from activating the bloodline. This also allowed the Xiao clan to dominate the continent for a period of time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they looked down on the world and looked down on all heroes. However, it was also because of the existence of this strange secret technique that the bloodline of the Xiao clan rapidly thinned out. Even though the clan had forbade its members from cultivating this secret technique for many years, due to its uniqueness, it became a must-have for some of the lower-class people in the clan. It was also because of this that this secret technique was not completely sealed away by the clan. After all, not everyone had the terrifying talent of people like Xiao Feng and Xiao Tian. If they wanted to pursue greater strength while cultivating, blood rage was the best choice. Even though it would exhaust their already thin bloodline power, if they could use it to obtain a sufficient position in the clan, it would all be worth it in their eyes. Without strength, it would be difficult for them to advance even in the clan that was connected by bloodline. From a certain point of view, blood rage was the last straw that they could use to make a comeback. The reason why it was called a last resort was because once they failed, they would lose all chances of making a comeback and would forever be at the bottom of the clan and even the entire continent. Sigh. This Xiao Yang, in order to obtain strength, he actually risked it to such an extent. At this moment, sighs of disappointment could not help but resound from the elders' seating area. Just from the increase in Xiao Yang's strength after using blood rage, the bloodline power in the latter's body was already almost completely depleted. He knew that he was no match for Xiao with his own strength, so he chose blood rage. I have to say, he's really stupid. Xiao Gan slowly shook his head. On the other hand, when Xiao Yuheng, who was seated at the head of the table, heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Yang, whose face was filled with malevolence. His fingers tightly gripped the armrest as a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Was he really stupid or did he had no other choice? The clan's strict selection system caused these natural-born experts on the stage to have already determined their positions in the clan when they had just grown up. They, who had been chased after by countless people since young, would still be able to sit in the positions of their predecessors in the future. How many accidents like Xiao Feng had occurred in the course of history? If the entire family continued to live in this foolish, hereditary succession, it would only be a matter of time before the family would decline and fall. Huff, in the arena, along with Xiao Yang's breathing, even the air was trembling. A powerful force was churning in his body like lava. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth involuntarily parted into a ferocious smile as he sensed the vigorous energy flowing unceasingly within his body. He slowly lifted his eyes, which were covered by a blood color, and stared at Xiao Yan with an extremely cold gaze. A hoarse trembling voice spread out, causing everyone present to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. As long as I can win, I can pay the price no matter how big it is. With a clench of his hand, the gray mist mixed with scarlet red rocks quickly condensed under his palm. The shattered rocks quickly condensed into a long spear. On it, traces of blood-red energy swam like blood snakes. With a twist of his wrist, the body of the spear followed suit and turned. The moment it was lifted, the cold tip of the spear was pointed at Xiao Yan on the opposite side. The sharp killing intent gradually became denser in the scarlet eyes that were protruding from the arena. Shua, just as Xiao Yan was sizing up the ladder, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly flashed. The moment the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, the expression on Xiao Yan's calm face slightly tightened. At the same time, his footsteps changed, and he immediately used the sky extinction steps, his figure instantly disappearing from his original spot. At the same time, a human figure suddenly rushed out in a ghost-like manner. A long spear that was wrapped in a blood-colored color violently penetrated the afterimage that Xiao Yan had left behind. The fierce spear wind on it pierced through the empty space over 100 feet wide. The powerful strength caused one's pores to stand on end. At this moment, the battle that had suddenly erupted in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to change. At this moment, the speed of the two people on the battle stage had already exceeded the knowledge of most of them. Once both parties unleashed their speed, all they could see was two blurry rays of light. What astonishing speed! Following a wave of exclamations, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly stepped out from the empty space on the other side of the fighting stage. His expression was somewhat surprised as he looked at Xiao Yang. From the looks of the agility that the latter had displayed, he was indeed not weaker than Xiao Lei and the others. Humph! After his attack missed, Xiao Yang slowly turned around with a gloomy face. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was not far away, the body of his spear shook, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you only know how to dodge?" Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly curled into an arc. He took half a step back and slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand, facing the latter like the long spear. Bang! With a flick of the spear, a piece of rock under his feet immediately flew through the air and shot towards Xiao Yan like a meteor. The giant ruler slashed through the air, and an invisible wind formed under the tip of the ruler. Immediately after, it fiercely swung down, blasting the rock that was shot towards him into powder that filled the air. Chi! In the instant that the powder filled the air, a red light suddenly flashed within the dust cloud. The blood-colored long spear pierced through the powder that filled the air and split it into two. With a fierce killing intent, it directly aimed at Xiao Yan's vital points. Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all. The giant ruler in his hand once again rotated, and the tip of the ruler swung down. Numerous ruler lights shot out and continuously collided with the latter. Ding 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 ding. As the sparks shot out, a clear collision sound once again rang out. The collision between the two of them also became increasingly intense. Every time the long spear and heavy ruler came into contact, the footsteps of the two of them would swiftly retreat. Their feet landed on the already shattered battle stage, leaving behind many eye-catching holes. The surrounding shattered cracks also became increasingly large. Bang! An explosive sound appeared. The two swiftly flashing figures once again faced each other. Each of them took 100 steps back. The ground under their feet completely collapsed at the spot where their feet landed. A fierce flame shrouded over the enormous ruler. Following the wave of Xiao Yan's hands, it carried a majestic ruler glow as it slashed out in a manner that connected the sky and the ground. It heavily smashed toward the blood-colored mountain forest that rose from the ground in front of him. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Rock howl. Buzz. In this collision, Xiao Yan did not hold back at all. The full force strike of the ruler caused the stage beneath his feet to be completely cut apart. The ground swiftly melted under the burning of the heavenly flame, and torrential magma scattered down like a waterfall. The attack between the two of them completely dissipated under this mutual destruction. As the magma scattered, Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, Xiao Yang was staring at him with a crazy expression. The ferocious smile on his face became increasingly terrifying. Immediately after, in the next moment, rock whale. As Xiao Yang's words sounded out, the ground beneath Xiao Yan's feet suddenly caved in. The surrounding ground was swiftly uprooted, faintly forming a large bloody mouth. In the blink of an eye, it actually swallowed Xiao Yan on the spot. In an instant, the faces of everyone present froze. Chapter 1468. Die. On the battle stage, Xiao Yang's face was filled with madness. The bloody mouth that had suddenly appeared swallowed Xiao Yan in one gulp. With such a move, even Xiao Yan would likely not have expected it to happen. Xiao Yan, the world is heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for obstructing my path. Such an outcome is only your fault, plop. However, the moment before the words from Xiao Yang's mouth sounded, the ground, which had swallowed Xiao Yan, actually began to wiggle in a strange manner. Circular water-like ripples formed on the hard ground in an instant. After which, it swiftly turned red and transformed into a sea of magma. Under the focus of a countless number of gazes on the stage, a figure, whose entire body was wrapped in a flame, broke out from it. The expression on Xiao Yang's face instantly froze at the sight of this. He blankly stared at the figure that had landed on the ground as the emotions in his heart abruptly sunk. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figure slowly stepped forward. The flames under his feet swiftly melted the ground, causing magma to spill in all directions. By the time the flames dissipated, the ground behind him had already been paved into a path of fire. You, Xiao Yang's face was ashen. He never imagined that Xiao Yan would remain unscathed even after using such a method. This made him begin to doubt himself. Had Xiao Yan really won with his own strength in the battle with the Xiao Lei duo back then? Ignoring Xiao Yang's current mood, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and eyed the ugly expression of Xiao Yang, who was still holding the long spear in his hand. A smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. However, under this smile, there was an endless iciness. From Xiao Yang's earlier attacks, it was obvious that he wanted to take Xiao Yan's life. To think that Xiao Yang would go so crazy for the sake of victory. Even if it was pardonable, such excessive actions made Xiao Yan's heart turn completely cold. As if sensing the change in Xiao Yan's emotions, the muscles on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily twitched. As he took a step back, he hurriedly circulated the remaining Genesis Qi in his body. His scarlet-red eyes looked towards the former, the unwillingness and malevolence in them as thick as ever. For the sake of this day, he had cultivated madly for many days and nights without rest, all for the sake of obtaining today's victory. Even if he was already in such a situation, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. This kid's perseverance is commendable, but his temperament is still lacking. If the clan takes care of him in the future, he may still be saved. From the leader's seat, Xiao Yuheng slowly shook his head as he gazed at Xiao Yang. The moment these words were said, the few clan elders by the side nodded their heads. They were indeed rather optimistic about Xiao Yang. Being able to raise his cultivation to such a level without any top-tier cultivation resources was indeed an extraordinary feat. Besides his narrow-mindedness, everything else about him was indeed commendable. If he was properly guided, he may become another expert of the clan in the future. As the two of them confronted each other once again, the atmosphere on the battle stage became tense once again. A strong smell of gunpowder permeated the air. At this moment, everyone knew that the next collision would determine the final victor of this battle. I, Xiao Yang, have buried myself in bitter training for over 1,000 days and nights, all for the sake of ascending to the position of Crown Prince. Before that, no one can stop me. A savage beast-like look was revealed in his eyes that were overflowing with blood and tears. Xiao Yang stared at Xiao Yan, the emotions in his heart already on the verge of exploding. Brandishing his giant ruler, Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Yang with a cold gaze as he said in an indifferent tone, "I've said it before, it's impossible for me to admit defeat." Roar. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when the latter's throat suddenly emitted a low and deep roar. A blood redness surged in both of his eyes. His hand used all his strength to hold the long spear. After which, he flipped his hand and violently threw the long spear forward. The moment the sonic boom appeared, the long spear was only a couple of dozen feet from Xiao Yan's body. It easily penetrated the empty air and carried a sharp ear-piercing sound as it shot explosively toward Xiao Yan's head. Staring at the spear that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Xiao Yan slightly tilted the giant ruler in his hand. In the next moment, he raised his arm and shouted. The giant ruler was suddenly raised, and a rainbow light shot out, reaching 9 feet in length. 9 feet breaking sky. The 7-layered sky-breaking ruler was 7 feet in length. Its strength was at most comparable to a high-level spirit Do technique. However, ever since Xiao Yan broke through 9 feet, the 9 feet breaking sky-breaking ruler was comparable to an intent-level Do technique. Now that he was facing the current Xiao Yang, the outcome was obvious. Bang! Xiao Yang had used all of his strength in this attack. Even though he had used all of his strength, he still had difficulty contending with Xiao Yan's 9-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Within a short couple of breaths, all of the strength that the spear carried was completely exhausted. The remaining ruler glow mercilessly shattered the long spear in an instant. Roar! Xiao Yang's gaze was already completely crazy as he stared at the majestic ruler glow that was still shooting towards him after breaking the spear. Waves of unresigned low roars were emitted from his mouth. All the blood in his body once again boiled as he once again used blood rage. He was going all out. Even if he had to squeeze out all the strength in his blood, he would win this match. In the viewing gallery, countless people, including those in the elders' seating area, watched this crazy scene unfold in front of them. All of them could not bear to see it. In order to win this match, in order to obtain the position of the heir, this fellow was actually willing to give up his life. In the front row of the viewing gallery, Xiao Feng, who had been seated for a long time, finally slowly stood up at this moment. His gaze was slightly complicated as he watched this scene unfold in front of him and slowly sighed. Xiao Yan's gaze was cold as he watched this scene. Although he did not make any moves, the ruler glow that had erupted had ultimately dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Xiao Yang was no longer worthy of him taking action. Ugh! However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yang, who was crazily activating the strength in his blood, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His paper-white face instantly turned red. Following which, he heavily coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body went limp and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Quick, save him! Seeing this scene, some of the people in the elders' seating area were finally unable to sit still. They hurriedly lowered their bodies and helped the heavily injured Xiao Yang up. After a round of investigation, the faces of the few elders were evidently ugly. Evidently, Xiao Yang's current situation was already extremely bad. After the victory was decided, the entire stadium was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, not knowing what to do. At this very moment, the victory did not seem that important to them anymore. Swish! Xiao Yan turned around and walked down from the stage. As he left, a ray of light flew out from his fingers and landed in the arms of the elder beside Xiao Yang. Seeing this, the few elders could not help but be slightly stunned. When they raised their heads, they only saw Xiao Yan's back as he walked down from the stage. Chapter 1469. Although Xiao Yan had emerged victorious in his battle with Xiao Yang, he had exhausted too much of his Genesis Qi and was unable to continue fighting. As a result, his final battle with Xiao Feng had to be postponed to the next day. In order to maintain the clan gathering's normal progress, the Yuanzong Battles exhibition match had to be brought forward. This also maintained the intense atmosphere in the arena to a great extent. The battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng could be said to be fiery. If the match was stopped at this time, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among many people. Moreover, the exhibition match was originally scheduled for the next day. In comparison, such a decision was understandable. Many people in the arena were also looking forward to the exhibition match. After all, these participants were different from Xiao Yang and the rest. They had been training outside for several years and had faced and experienced blood and slaughter. In comparison, the latter had lived in the clan for a long time and relied on the clan's protection. Although their growth wasn't slow, the the strength they could display on the battlefield was extremely limited. Regardless of whether it was the density of their Genesis chi or the control of their battle techniques, there was undoubtedly a huge gap between them and the former. It was precisely because of this gap that the exhibition match once again caused an uproar. The intensity of the battle did not lose out to Xiao Yan's battle at all. The mysterious battle techniques and even the Daoist skills were very different from what they usually saw in the clan. The competition between all parties successfully caused the atmosphere in the arena to reach a new climax. The next day slowly arrived amidst the nervous anticipation of countless people. After the intense competition 2 days ago, the Xiao clan was already in an uproar before the sun had even risen. The arena was extraordinarily lively as everyone waited for the final match of the clan gathering, the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng. When the first rays of dawn scattered down from the sky, numerous figures from all over the clan swiftly gathered. The first elder and the rest were seated in the elders' VIP area. Just like the countless number of clan members below, they were similarly filled with curiosity today. Just who was stronger between the two of them? Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Feng stood at the center of the arena, quietly waiting for Xiao Yan's arrival. At a certain moment, the figures of Xiao Yan and the others appeared in the spectator stands. At the same time, the black-robed Xiao Yan stepped onto the arena. Xiao Yan's feet heavily stomped on the arena. He raised his somewhat drowsy eyes and his gaze gradually became clear as he looked at Xiao Feng in the middle of the arena. A fiery heat surfaced in his gradually awakening eyes. His entire person's attention was also raised at this moment. In the entire clan gathering, the only opponent that could truly catch his attention was Xiao Feng. As for the others, although each of them had their own strengths, he did not view them too seriously. At this moment, it was finally time for the two of them to fight. In the arena, Xiao Feng was also looking at the figure that had arrived late. His eyes were filled with battle intent as the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc. The Xiao Yan before him was the same as his ancestor. In the entire clan, he was one of the few people that could catch his attention. Especially during this period of time, his performance in the clan, as well as his battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng, had caused him to become extremely interested in Xiao Yan. To be able to battle with the current biggest dark horse in the Xiao clan, this clan gathering was not in vain. As Xiao Yan stepped onto the arena, the gazes of everyone in the arena shifted. Among the tens of thousands of gazes, other than fervor, there was even more curiosity. They wondered if this new dark horse would be able to maintain the same awe-inspiring aura as he had in the previous few battles when facing the clan's heir. Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he sensed the gazes that were shot over from the entire stadium. His gaze looked directly at the other side. The eyes of the two figures in the arena met each other. An unknown feeling was unknowingly emitted, causing the air to become a little tense. I've been standing here for 2 hours. While the gazes were focused, Xiao Feng deeply exhaled as he slowly opened his mouth. His low and deep voice was like the atmosphere in the arena at this moment, revealing a few traces of coldness and dominance. I've waited for this day for half a year. Xiao Yan smiled as he resolutely stepped forward. With a casual flip of his palm, the dark heavy buster sword instantly appeared in his hand. The instant his voice sounded out, his body suddenly charged forward. The giant buster sword swept across the void, bringing about a whooshing sound as it charged towards the former. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's face did not have any expression of surprise. He only stared at the giant buster sword in Xiao Yan's hand. When the latter's figure arrived in front of him, he swung the giant buster sword and the tip of the buster sword rapidly descended. Only then did Xiao Feng flip his palm and a green long spear immediately appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was raised as his two arms rushed forward. The moment the two collided, the force contained in the long spear forcefully repelled the heavy buster sword. Xiao Feng took half a step back as the tip of the long spear fell to the ground, shattering the ground and stabilizing his body at the same time. Following that, he suddenly took a step forward. With both hands tightly holding onto the spear, the tip of the spear spun rapidly, easily cutting open the ground under his feet. With a force like a broken bamboo, he flew up and stabbed towards Xiao Yan's raised elbow. The instant the two of them collided, their attacks were already so fierce. Ding! At the moment when Xiao Yan's expression changed, his huge ruler immediately fell abruptly. He twisted his wrist and used the huge ruler to block in front of him, blocking Xiao Feng's piercing attack. Xiao Yan's footsteps immediately retreated and his body took the opportunity to retreat. In this short first round, Xiao Yan had suffered a small loss. The moment he stabilized his body, his gaze landed on Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. Although the two of them had only collided once, the strength that Xiao Feng had displayed was far superior to Xiao Yang's yesterday. There was no need to doubt this point. I have waited for so long. Don't disappoint me. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. With a twist of his wrist, he raised his long spear and pointed the sharp tip of the spear at Xiao Yan. Don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also laughed out loud. The instant his gaze met Xiao Feng's, his body suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Feng immediately waved the long spear in his hand. The body of the spear swung horizontally, drawing a strange arc. After which, it heavily shot out, bringing along a whooshing sound as it heavily smashed into a certain spot in the air. Clang! With a loud buzzing sound, Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared. After which, he fiercely threw out the buster sword in his hand and smashed it towards Xiao Feng. His body flickered again and disappeared from the battle stage. Clang! The instant the buster sword was sent flying by the tip of the spear, Xiao Yan's body flashed to the side and threw out a punch. However, just as his punch landed, the spear shaft actually twisted in a strange manner and met Xiao Yan's punch head-on. The frightening strength that was contained in Xiao Yan's fist had actually bent the spear until it reached an impossible angle. Xiao Feng had relied on this to forcefully block Xiao Yan's punch. Even though this was the case, his body still took 100 steps back. The moment he forcefully stabilized his body, the long spear in his hand involuntarily trembled intensely. What a frightening force! Without that buster sword, his strength has actually increased by more than a level. An astonished thought flashed across his mind. Xiao Feng could not help but view Xiao Yan in a higher light. To be able to obtain multiple victories under the pretext of suppressing his strength was indeed not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Chapter 1470. Ch. Under the attention of countless gazes, two figures collided with a loud bang on the arena like two meteorites. Frightening monstrous waves immediately churned and unfurled as the enormous arena was destroyed once again in the blink of an eye. The two figures crossed each other in the arena as sparks flew. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder as they swiftly separated after a split second of collision. Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler was forcefully thrust into the ground, forcefully dragging his rapidly retreating body a dozen meters before gradually stabilizing. On the other side, Xiao Feng similarly borrowed the power of the spear in his hand. Wind howled behind him as he retreated a dozen steps before heavily stomping his foot on the ground. The ground beneath his body exploded as the spear in his hand was thrust into the ground like a nail, stabilizing his body. After an intense collision, the expressions of the two individuals changed. The intense collision had not only caused injuries to their bodies, but also caused the Genesis chi in their bodies to fluctuate violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Even so, the expressions that appeared on their faces were excitement and excitement. Ever since the two of them had entered the arena until now, they had not used any Daoist skills during the entire process of collision. During this period of time, the two of them had used the most violent method to rely on their vast and mighty energy and fighting skills that far exceeded an ordinary person to repeatedly collide and negotiate. This also caused the battle to appear even more fiery and intense. Not only was victory decided by Daoist skills, such a pure battle was also a test for the strong. At the same time, it was also a kind of training. Since it is difficult to determine a victor in such a battle, I might as well go all out. The fighting intent within Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly intense in the face of Xiao Feng's strength. This kind of situation was something that he had not experienced even when he had faced Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng alone back then. Perhaps it was due to the fact that both parties had yet to unleash their true strength in that battle. However, it was different now. He had met a true opponent. Immediately, the fighting intent that was suppressed within his heart involuntarily rose. At this moment, Xiao Yan could already sense that there was a surging fighting intent that was about to break out of his body. Come. I hope that you will not disappoint me. Xiao Feng's gaze was similarly untamed as a wild laugh was emitted from his mouth. As his voice gradually deepened, a formidable aura spread from his body. Buzz. In an instant, the expressions of quite a few people in the arena changed slightly. Even Xiao Lei and Lin Dong, who were on the viewing platform, could not help but slightly tighten their gazes. This fellow is already half a step into becoming a 5-star origin sect. Xiao Lei stared at Xiao Feng in the arena. His eyes were filled with surprise. In that case, once the clan's sacrifice is over, wouldn't his strength increase by a lot? At that time, I'm afraid even you might not be his match. Xiao Zhuobin, who was at the side, raised his brows in surprise. The two of them had the same feeling in their hearts. Xiao Feng was clearly much more terrifying than they had imagined. However, even if this is the case, it is likely that it will not be easy to defeat Xiao Yan. While the two of them were conversing, Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng retreated from the arena. Xiao Yan stood on a part of the arena that was still intact, while Xiao Feng floated in the air with his hands clasped together. At the same time, a gust of wind swirled down from the heavens and earth, rapidly condensing behind Xiao Feng. Vaguely, it transformed into a huge illusory image. Wind God's Fury. At the same time, Xiao Yan also clasped his hands together and opened his mouth slightly. Blazing purple flames were spat out from his mouth. As they rose, they also gradually transformed into a flaming giant behind him. The frighteningly high temperature, coupled with the astonishing imposing aura, caused the atmosphere in the arena to immediately become tense. Fire God's Fury. An explosive cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The enormous flame illusionary image behind him moved with it. It lifted its head and widened its chest as it faced the sky. At the same time, the green-colored illusionary image in the sky also slowly leaned forward following Xiao Feng's body. A shocking pressure that came from all directions immediately swept apart. In the arena, two majestic figures with indomitable and ferocious auras slowly approached each other under the countless burning gazes below. Finally, they collided with each other. Chi! The earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not occur. The two giant gods trembled intensely under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Vigorous energy devoured each other, gradually wearing each other down, waiting for the final victor. Under the giant gods, an intense wind pressed down on the heads of everyone in the arena. Waves of aftershocks lifted the shattered stone platform below. In a short span of a few breaths, the already shattered arena had completely turned into ruins. Within the two earth-shaking auras, Xiao Yan lifted his foot with great difficulty. After which, he heavily slammed it down. In an instant, only a buzzing sound could be heard in the arena. The huge green illusory image was immediately shattered. Whistling energy spread in all directions, causing the elders in the elders' viewing gallery to have no choice but to hurriedly take action. However, Xiao Feng was not inferior. His footsteps gradually closed in. The two illusory images were also rapidly worn down under such a ferocious attack. Their huge bodies were rapidly worn down under such a collision, until a certain moment, bang! The two shattered giant gods in the arena exploded with a bang. The two energies within them swiftly collided and intertwined. After which, they formed an enormous flame ball. The instant it exploded, the entire fighting arena, including the surrounding viewing gallery, suddenly trembled. Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng in the arena were also forced back. Xiao Yan's expression paled and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, although Xiao Feng's expression was similarly pale, he had at least managed to suppress the churning blood in his body. At this moment, the gap between the cultivation of the two gradually became apparent. Even if it was Xiao Yan who possessed the heavenly flame, it would not be an easy task for him to defeat Xiao Feng in this battle. You are very strong. Unfortunately, the gap between our cultivation is not something that you can easily bridge with just the heavenly flame. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Feng slowly gasped for breath for a while before speaking with an indifferent tone. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his head. His gaze similarly stared at the latter, before sweeping towards the surrounding stands. The expression in his eyes slowly rotated until he caught a glimpse of Xiao Dingtian and the rest in the elder seating area. Only then did a sudden chill emerge in his heart. Turning his gaze back, he grinned and sneered. It's not over yet. As his words fell, Xiao Yan immediately raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers linked together, and the heavenly flame in his body suddenly surged. Immediately after, flames of different colors gushed out from Xiao Yan's body. At almost the same time, the aura in his body rapidly rose like a rising tide. On his forehead, a familiar symbol flickered. Chapter 1471. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. Xiao Yan shouted in his heart, and the purple flames that surged out immediately retracted into his body. At the same time, Xiao Yan's rapidly rising aura skyrocketed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he wasn't inferior to Xiao Feng on the stage. Oh. Secret technique, huh? But that's good. This way, we can have a fair fight. Xiao Feng slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan, whose aura was rapidly rising. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm, and the long spear in his hand shook violently. The sound of it breaking through the air immediately resounded. Suddenly, the two people on the stage seemed to have agreed on it. Two blurry figures burst out from each other. They carried a fierce aura and collided with each other under countless blazing gazes. On the stage, the distance between the two of them was close in the blink of an eye. The moment they got close, the two of them looked at each other. The undisguised fiery battle intent in their eyes surged out like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Xiao Yuheng and the others on the elders' seating area stared at Xiao Yan on the stage. To be precise, they were staring at the mysterious symbol between his eyebrows. They were slightly surprised in their hearts. That's the clan tattoo. It's something that was abandoned. I didn't expect to see it again after so many years. Xiao Zhen's old eyes stared at the clan tattoo between Xiao Yan's eyebrows that represented his identity. He couldn't help but have a rueful expression as he slowly sighed. Many of the clan elders by the side also had rueful expressions in their eyes. Only Xiao Dingtian narrowed his old eyes as he pondered in his heart. Xiao Jinghong, who was at the side, saw this situation. Although he had the intention, he still swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Clang! When the two of them collided, the clanging sound of steel colliding resounded in the arena. As this voice sounded, the two people in the arena withdrew with serious expressions. The heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand and the long spear in Xiao Feng's hand were trembling intensely at this moment. The breathing of the two of them had also become increasingly hurried. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change had raised Xiao Yan's battle strength to an even higher level. In a situation where both parties were completely equal in cultivation, even someone as prideful as Xiao Feng could not help but feel a heavy pressure. Regardless of whether it was the circulation of Genesis Qi or the eruption of Genesis Qi, the current Xiao Yan was very different from before. He had no choice but to be extremely careful in every collision. If he was still able to use his skills to gain the upper hand in the previous collision, then in the current situation where Xiao Yan possessed absolute strength, any action of his could be grasped by Xiao Yan. If he was not careful, he would end up with a complete loss. At this moment, no one was willing to be the first to attack, much less reveal the slightest weakness. The situation on the stage had finally reached the most tense and oppressive moment. The intense wind pressure caused Xiao Feng's clothes to stick tightly to his skin. However, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest because of the giant ruler that was slashing towards him. His gaze was tightly fixed on the rapidly approaching giant ruler. Only when it was less than a meter away from his head did he sweep his long spear upwards. The sound of wind was heard as he accurately and craftily received the giant ruler. In an instant, the huge ruler, which had missed, once again swept horizontally. At the instant Xiao Yan turned his body. The instant his expression changed, Xiao Feng used the long spear to block by his side. With a loud clang, the shocking strength that was transmitted from the long spear shook him until he was forced to take over 10 steps back. The buzzing sound that sounded beside his ears was incomparably ear-piercing. Even his 2 hands, which were tightly holding the spear, had a couple of wounds formed because of the frightening strength that was transmitted from it. Fresh blood flowed, but Xiao Feng did not have the time to care about it. The moment he stopped moving, Xiao Yan, with a domineering expression on his face, once again pressed forward. The ruler swung upwards and heavily smashed towards Xiao Feng's body. The latter used the spear as a whip and waved it to the extreme, forcefully bending the spear to the extreme before heavily smashing it against the ruler's body. A thunderous sound suddenly resounded as a huge force spread out. The palms of both parties trembled as the veins on their palms popped out. Their arms nervously controlled the weapons in their hands. Neither of them dared to relax in the slightest. At this moment, Xiao Feng grasped every opportunity. Relying on the advantage of the long spear, the tip of the spear stuck close to the ruler's body. Like a snake, it twisted and stretched forward, piercing towards Xiao Yan's wrist. Xiao Yan's gaze tightened slightly. The ruler's body was hurriedly pulled back while being lifted up at the same time. Xiao Yan patted the back of the ruler with one hand, using it as a high wall as he heavily charged toward Xiao Feng, forcing him to withdraw his attack. Wind Spirit Hand. Xiao Feng let out a low cry as he used his hand to change the universe. One of his hands kept the long spear behind him while his other hand suddenly slammed forward. Cool wind rotated and transformed into a countless number of invisible hands that surrounded Xiao Yan and violently smashed toward him. Xiao Yan was well aware that he had no way of dodging this dense attack. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer. Numerous ruler glows rushed out the moment the enormous ruler was lifted. They came one after another and adhered to each other. The flame that surged out of the ruler vaguely formed an airtight fire wall that blocked all of the invisible hands. The moment the palms scattered, the turbulent Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body once again began to churn violently. Fierce purple flames covered the body of the giant ruler as a powerful energy undulation swiftly gathered within it. It's coming. Knowing what was going on, a grave expression surfaced on Xiao Feng's face at this moment. As he retreated, the body of the spear abruptly turned and floated in midair. With a heavy rub of his palm, the long spear immediately started to spin rapidly. At the same time, waves of green flowing wind gathered in the space around his body. After which, it rapidly condensed on the long spear. Faintly, waves of deep and low dragon roars resounded in the arena. A huge dragon that was formed by wind slowly coiled around the long spear. Xiao Feng is finally going to use his full strength. On the viewing platform, Xiao Lei softly sighed as he gazed at the rapidly spinning spear in front of Xiao Feng. To be able to force him to use such a move, Xiao Yan's strength has likely exceeded our expectations. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin faintly nodded. Amongst the younger generation of the clan, with the exception of the young clan leader, Xiao Lei, and a few others, there was likely no one else who had the qualifications to force Xiao Feng to use such a move. Even with Xiao Zhuobin's pride, he had no choice but to admit that he did not possess such qualifications. It's not over yet. Don't forget that Xiao Yan still has a trump card that he has yet to use. I wonder what are the chances of that Fire Lotus winning against him? Xiao Lei smiled faintly, a look of longing appearing in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiao Feng's arrogant shout abruptly rang out. Great Dao Skill, Thousand Wind Baleful Dipper. Chapter 1472. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. At this moment, a huge green-colored dragon was entrenched on the rapidly rotating long spear that was suspended in front of Xiao Feng. After the roar from his mouth sounded, a green-colored light suddenly erupted. It was like a tsunami, bringing along a hurricane that engulfed the heavens and the earth as it suddenly erupted. The moment the green-colored light swept out in all directions, the hurricane in the heavens and the earth began to rotate. The green-colored wind dragon that was like a real dragon let out a roar towards the sky. Immediately, a terrifying suction force surged out and crazily swallowed the energy of the heavens and the earth. The body of the spear shot out and the huge dragon also rushed out. It cut through the air like lightning and headed straight for Xiao Yan in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding space collapsed. The vast energy was like a tsunami that slammed against the shore. It was really frightening. Xiao Feng's all-out attack was really terrifying. Faced with such a majestic aura, the expressions of everyone in the viewing gallery changed. Even with the strength of Xiao Lei and the First Elder, a deep solemn expression also surfaced on their faces at this moment. It was likely that if the two of them were to face this attack, they would not feel good either. Xiao Feng can be said to have practiced this thousand-wind demonic wind to the extreme. The strength of this kind of Do technique is likely far from what an ordinary E-class Do technique can achieve. To be able to become the heir, he naturally has the capital to be proud. As Xiao Mingyuan's words left his mouth, the First Elder, who had been silent by the side, finally revealed an expression of admiration on his face at this moment as he slowly spoke. As the heir, regardless of whether it was his cultivation talent or his character, Xiao Feng was extremely outstanding. This was something that the First Elder absolutely believed. In the past, no one among the Xiao clan members of the same generation could compare with him. However, with the addition of Xiao Yan, this point had finally changed. At the same time, Xiao Feng himself had also changed. In all these years, Xiao Yan was the first person in the clan gathering who could make Xiao Feng use his full strength. Qi. As the huge dragon descended, Xiao Yan, who was on the ground, continuously waved the huge ruler in his hand. A graceful ruler glow instantly destroyed the remaining invisible palms. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw the huge dragon that overlooked everything. A long spear that was wrapped in an overflowing aura that looked down on everything violently charged towards him. Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes were currently covered by a green-colored wind that came from all directions. Standing under the huge dragon, Xiao Yan was able to directly sense the frightening and sharp attack that was contained on the tip of the spear. Even so, Xiao Yan still had absolute confidence in his heart. No matter how tyrannical the huge dragon was, it was still somewhat inferior in front of him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan took advantage of the fact that the ruler glow from before had yet to dissipate. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan madly dashed forward. Following which, the huge ruler in his hand was heavily inserted into the ground. Following a deep roar from Xiao Yan's mouth, he tightly gripped the ruler's hilt with both hands. With a crazed expression on his face, the flames on the ruler's body instantly soared and rapidly melted the surrounding ground. Ha! With a forceful pull of his palm, the ground beneath his feet was easily split open like the surface of water. The instant the ruler light burst out, magma flew up into the sky. A towering ruler light burst out, and mixed with magma, it melted the void and rushed up with the momentum of breaking bamboo. Break for me! Xiao Feng's majestic cry suddenly sounded in the empty space. The tip of the long spear rotated rapidly. The huge dragon's mouth carried waves of roars as it descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 1,000 feet large dark red ruler glow with a loud bang. Buzz! Under countless gazes, the world trembled and a buzzing sound swept out. Just as the faces of everyone present changed in shock, the shocking ruler glow in the sky suddenly trembled violently. Without waiting for everyone to make a move, on the ground, Xiao Yan once again waved the huge ruler with a solemn expression. It was not until the 9th wave that the ruler glow shot out and merged into it that the situation in the sky temporarily stabilized. In the stands, numerous gazes were filled with nervousness as they looked at the two huge balls of energy that were emitting intense energy fluctuations in the sky. In their hearts, they all faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. At this moment, everyone present was sweating profusely for the battle between the two. On the elders' seats, Xiao Mingyuan frowned as his pair of old eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan on the stage. His breathing could not help but become slightly hurried. Xiao Yuheng, who was beside him, also had the same expectation in his heart. Even Xiao Jinghong was slowly clenching his fists as he muttered in his heart, "Little guy, you can't lose no matter what." Looking at the current battleground, it was likely that only Xiao Dingtian was looking forward to Xiao Yan's defeat. First Elder Xiaozhen frowned slightly as he looked at the two vast and mighty energies that were colliding intensely in the arena. A moment later, he seemed to have sensed something. He flicked his finger gently and a tiny ray of light immediately shot out. It entered the void in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, stabbed the heavy Xian ruler into the ground beside him. He gently exhaled as a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his face. With a thought, the remaining Genesis Qi in his body began to frantically circulate. However, just as the two of them moved, the majestic ruler glow in the sky, which was contending with the huge dragon, suddenly exploded with a bang. An unusually wild and violent energy immediately spread across the sky. Soon after, a shocking energy storm rapidly spread. Even though they were very far away, everyone present could still clearly sense the terror within it. Once the energy storm swept out, it was likely that there would be very few of them who would be able to survive if they were affected by it. Clang! At this critical moment, a tremendous energy barrier suddenly condensed in the sky above the huge battle arena. It was like a huge bowl that enveloped the entire battle arena. No matter how powerful the energy shockwaves were, they were unable to shake it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the fear that had been forced to the back of everyone's throat was finally able to recover. Ugh! After being struck by the energy shockwaves, Xiao Yan's chest suddenly sank. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth, and his feet involuntarily retreated half a step. He clenched his teeth and barely stabilized his body. Lifting his head, he saw that Xiao Feng was not much better off than him. Xiao Feng's face was as pale as paper, but his expression was still as crazy and passionate as before. This battle could be said to be a satisfying one. The ruler glow was broken and the wind dragon scattered. However, the remaining strength on the long spear was still powerful. At this moment, there was no longer any obstruction. It carried an overwhelming victory as it once again charged toward Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. At the same time he lifted his eyes, they were similarly filled with a wild beast-like violent expression. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the long spear that was shot over like a star arrow. He slowly raised both of his hands. As the final seal was formed, a hand seal that contained a powerful energy slowly took shape between his hands. Chapter 1473. Mountain River Seal. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan's hands immediately pushed forward. The handprint between his two palms immediately shot towards the spear that was rapidly descending from the sky. It rapidly grew as it met the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a giant handprint that was dozens of feet in size. Purple flames gathered on it, and its craggy aura caused one's heart to feel an indescribable heaviness. This is the Gu clan's 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Why is it in Xiao Yan's hands? At this instant, Xiao Lei and his brother in the viewing gallery, as well as the group of elders in the elders' VIP seats, turned their shocked gazes toward Xiao Yan, who had displayed the Mountain River Seal in the arena. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Humph, this old man has already said that this child cannot be allowed to stay if he harbors disloyalty. All of you should believe me now, right? On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian was not angered by this scene. Instead, an expression of satisfaction was revealed on his face. He raised his eyebrows as he glanced at Xiao Mingyuan and the rest and sneered. You cannot just look at the surface. Xiao Yan has already said that he had seen the Zhao clan attack the Ouyang clan. Perhaps he had acted to save them back then, and the other party just so happened to be a member of the Gu clan. It would be a little too much of a woman's heart if you treat the return of others as having ill intentions. Although Xiao Mingyuan and the rest appeared to be in a difficult position, they were still at a loss in the face of Xiao Dingtian's sneer. At the crucial moment, it was the first elder's words that stopped them. Only then did the latter resentfully withdraw his gaze in an unresigned manner. 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Today, let me experience the might of the Gu clan's secret technique. Xiao Feng's gaze once again returned to the arena. After Xiao Yan unleashed the mountain river seal, Xiao Feng's expression had finally turned completely grave. He had naturally heard of this Daoist skill's reputation, and did not dare to be careless after witnessing it. Without any hesitation, he took a heavy step forward as a low cry was emitted from his mouth. He did his best to maneuver the little Genesis Qi in his body. Soon after, the green glow on the rapidly descending spear grew a little denser. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was unusually calm as he stood on the ground below. He had gained some understanding of the mountain river seal during this period of time that he had been practicing it. This seal, along with the first 6 seals, had a strength that was comparable to a high-level E-class Dao technique. He believed that even if Xiao Feng was at his peak, he would not dare to be careless. Of course, Xiao Yan had used the mountain river seal at this moment because he wanted to obtain victory. This was indeed not bad. However, he also hoped to use this opportunity to test himself and see just how much control he had over the 8 seals of the God Seal. The spear pierced through the air like a falling meteor as it pierced towards Xiao Yan below. The flaming handprint swelled with the wind like a flaming banner as it streaked across the air, burning the surrounding invisible space until it violently distorted. Soon after, it heavily collided with the tip of the spear. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded. Energy ripples swept out once again. The two energies continued to erode each other in the void. At the point of contact between the two, the invisible void became extremely distorted. In the end, it actually burst apart. This time around, the long spear finally trembled uncontrollably under the strong suppression of the handprint. Even with Xiao Feng's full support, the feeling of helplessness within it was extremely clear when it faced Xiao Yan's attack after the previous round of exhaustion. This stalemate between the two parties on the battle stage merely lasted for a couple of breaths. Soon after, under everyone's gazes, the tip of the long spear that had collided with the handprint suddenly emitted a clear cracking sound. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded with a bang. Grug! Xiao Feng's expression turned pale. His footsteps continuously retreated as a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. The aura of his entire body had also completely withered. At this moment, this battle could be considered to have come to an end. However, what happened? In the arena, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. His mind was using all his strength to control the enormous handprint that continued to explode forward. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. As expected, it is still too forceful. Even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to control the handprint that continued to explode forward, the latter remained unaffected and continued to explode forward. Damn it! Stop it now! Xiao Yan hardened his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth and fresh blood shot out. His finger quickly pressed on it. A thought passed through his mind and at the same time, an invisible energy ripple followed the invisible space and began to spread, buzz, in the void. When the enormous handprint came to a halt, a colorful light flashed within a transparent crystal ball in a certain large hall within the Xiao clan. At the same time, the anxious expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappeared when he saw that the mountain river seal had finally stopped. He gently exhaled a breath of air. A thought passed through his mind and he hurriedly scattered this frightening thing. Everyone in the elders' seats looked at the situation in the arena. Many of them had a somewhat complicated expression in their eyes. This continued until Xiao Mingyuan strode forward with a face full of smiles. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Yan wins this battle." Wow! As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces turned sluggish. The atmosphere in the arena froze for a moment. In the next moment, an uproar suddenly broke out. In the arena, the pale-faced Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng looked at each other from afar. The two of them did not have much emotion because of this so-called victory. In the light, they were still filled with the same burning fighting spirit as before. On the spectator stand, Xiao Xian ignored the surrounding cheers. His figure moved and appeared in the arena in the blink of an eye. He supported Xiao Yan, who was about to fall. This battle could not be considered to be using all of their strength. However, the intense battle within it was something that no other battle in the past had ever possessed. Every punch hit flesh, creating a strong wind. Two experts of the same level, just by relying on their outstanding fighting techniques, were able to cause the excitement of this battle to not lose to any of the previous battles. It might even surpass them. It was really exciting. Moreover, the mountain river seal that Xiao Yan had displayed in the end had a strength that could be said to be terrifying. If it had not been withdrawn in the end, it was likely that Xiao Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. After the battle ended, the two individuals on the stage were completely exhausted and had no energy to continue standing on the stage. They had no choice but to be brought back. The remaining matters naturally fell onto the group of elders on the stage. Among them, Xiao Dingtian was the most depressed. Somewhere on the high platform, Xiao Xiaojun and the voluptuous Xiao Siyu were watching the situation on the arena. Only when Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng were carried off the arena did the latter speak indifferently. If I remember correctly, Xiao Lei once said that during the battle with the brothers, the last Dou skill that Xiao Yan used was a strange flame that was similar to a lotus flower. He did not use that move today. Hee, everyone has their own trump cards. Who would reveal their true strength in front of others unless it's a matter of life and death? But after hearing what you said, I'm even more curious about him. Even you weren't able to obtain the approval of Huizhu, but in the end, you chose to follow him. Xiao Xiaojun turned his head to look at the woman and said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Siyu could not help but glare at the former. Soon after, she turned her eyes and slowly said, I am also curious. However, let's wait a little longer. We will know sooner or later. Chapter 1474. Following the end of the clan gathering, all the clan members who participated in it left. However, in the next few days, the entire Xiao clan was still immersed in the deep shock brought about by the shocking battle. Even though the clan gathering had ended, waves of intense discussions could still be heard from all over the clan. Among them, Xiao Yan's appearance and the battle with Xiao Feng was naturally the most eye-catching. Everyone took delight in talking about it. Many people couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when they mentioned Xiao Yan's name. Who would have thought that Xiao Yan, an outsider whom the entire Xiao clan couldn't tolerate half a year ago, would actually be able to display a shocking strength that made all the younger generation of the Xiao clan blush with shame. Until now, those who had objected to Xiao Dingtian's actions had all changed their opinions after this incident. It was also after this incident that within a short few days, the courtyard where Xiao Yan was at was filled with endless footsteps. All the elders and deacons in the clan, regardless of their status, squeezed into the courtyard in order to see Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Xian couldn't completely stop these fellows. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaojun stepped forward in the end and stopped this situation. Even so, everyone still insisted on expressing their wishes and hoped that Xiao Yan would step forward to meet them. After the large group of people blocking the front courtyard left one by one, Xiao Xian stood in front of the door and looked at the name list filled with various identities in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. He was lazy by nature and didn't want to take charge of any complicated matters. However, he had no choice but to stand at the forefront for Xiao Yan. The Xiao clan hasn't seen such a situation for a long time. It seems like they have confirmed Xiao Yan's existence this time. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Xiaojun smiled faintly and said with some emotion. Xiao Xian lowered his eyelids and smiled when he heard that. However, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Everyone knew about the Central Plains and there was no need to say anything. Young clan leader can't be like them and have specially come to see Xiao Yan, right? Xiao Xian said leisurely after closing the door. I have never liked to take the ordinary path. This trip is specially to see you, elder. At the same time, I will also personally hand over the reward for the clan gathering to Xiao Yan. Xiao Xiaojun smiled slyly. At the end of his words, there was a hint of purposefulness. When Xiao Xian heard that, the two of them smiled tacitly and walked towards the depths of the courtyard together. At the same time that various rumors were spreading in an uproar in the outside world, Xiao Yan was currently quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed in his dormitory. His aura was completely withdrawn. Wisps of natural energy were repeatedly gathering in the surrounding empty space. They were completely refined and absorbed following the circulation of the qi method within his body. During the battle with Xiao Feng, the mountain river seal that Xiao Yan had used in the end had forced him to the point where he was completely exhausted. As a result, he had been in a daze for 2 days after the battle. Fortunately, Xiao Yan soon discovered that his cultivation had faintly shown signs of increasing. He didn't dare to say that it had increased by a large margin, but it was enough to allow him to break through to the middle level of a 3-star origin ancestor. Buzz! At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled while he was cultivating. The energy that had gathered in the surrounding space suddenly became sluggish. Soon after, a sudden and violent suction force crazily tore the energy into his body. In addition to the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's body. As the aura continued to rise, it instantly surpassed the aura that Xiao Yan had once possessed at his peak. Even though this change only lasted for a few breaths, it was still a pleasant surprise. Huff! When the rising aura came to a stop, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of air from his mouth. An energy ripple suddenly spread out from within his body, shattering all the furniture around him. Even the entire room involuntarily trembled. What happened? At the same time, an exclamation suddenly sounded from the courtyard outside the door. Soon after, the tightly shut door was opened and Xiao Xian appeared in the dormitory with a frown. He eyed the messy room in front of him and then looked at Xiao Yan, who was smiling awkwardly on the bed. He could not help but curl his lips and say, "What are you talking about? You should go to the training room when you cultivate in the future. You don't have to waste these furniture." Xiao Yan only parted his mouth and smiled in response. The instant he withdrew his gaze, he saw the human figure who had strode into the room with his head held high. In an instant, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. All the hairs on his body stood on end as a dangerous aura involuntarily climbed into his heart. Cousin Xiao Yan's talent is indeed astonishing. You have just broken through to a 3-star origin ancestor a few months ago and your cultivation has risen again so quickly. This is truly worthy of celebration. Ignoring Xiao Yan's nervous expression, young Master Xiao smiled faintly and cupped his hands together in a rather courteous manner. You are young Master Xiao. Xiao Yan's eyebrows tightened when he heard the latter's words. He stood up and landed on the ground. His gaze stared at the rather muscular figure as he asked in a serious voice. Although Xiao Yan was unable to completely ascertain the depth of this fellow's aura, he could clearly determine that this person's cultivation was definitely the strongest amongst all the younger generation members of the Xiao clan that he had ever seen. Even people as strong as Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng could not compare to him. According to what he knew, there was only one such person in the entire Xiao clan. 7-star origin sect, young Master Xiao. Absolutely correct. I am young Master Xiao. If cousin doesn't mind, you can also call me elder cousin. It will be easier for us to get to know each other in the clan in the future. Young Master Xiao smiled warmly. His face was completely harmless. Compared to his astonishing cultivation, his attitude was much more modest. Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard these words. They were unrelated by blood, so why would he say such a thing? However, in the blink of an eye, he looked at Xiao Xian, who had no intention of speaking. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. What are you doing here? Cousin has left everyone in the dust and become the champion of the clan gathering. As the young clan leader and elder cousin, I am naturally here to congratulate you. Young Master Xiao smiled. As his voice sounded, he casually waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards Xiao Yan. This is the reward for the champion of the clan gathering. In addition, I will give this to you as well. Young Master Xiao paused for a moment after his words sounded. Subsequently, he flipped his hand and took out a milky white multi-edged crystal ball. The instant the crystal ball was taken out, all the energy in the space where the three of them were suddenly and violently boiled uncontrollably. In the arena, the expressions on Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's faces were exceptionally interesting at this moment. P.S. Very busy. I am busy with exams during the day and still have to return at night. Can't the damn teacher release the PowerPoint slides for the courses earlier? What does he mean by releasing them at the end of the semester? I still have to catch the train at 7 in the morning. Let's leave it at that for now. Chapter 1475. After taking out the wooden token, Xiao Xiaojun didn't stay any longer and casually tossed it to Xiao Yan. While puzzled, Xiao Xiaojun caught the wooden token that was thrown over. A faint warmth from the wooden token was immediately transmitted into Xiao Yan's palm the moment he made contact with it. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows slightly. This warmth was emitted from within the wooden token. This inevitably caused the curiosity in his heart to become even greater. What is this? Xiao Yan looked at the wooden token in his hand in astonishment before shifting his gaze back to Xiao Xiaojun. The latter smiled faintly and said, "This is the Fire Dragon token. This is the Fire Banyan token. It is the key to enter the Fire Banyan ruins. Only by carrying it can one enter smoothly. However, because I am of the metal attribute, this thing is not very useful to me. I originally planned to give it to Xiao Tian, but now it seems that you are more suitable." Xiao Yan's suspicions grew. He clearly didn't know what Xiao Xiaojun was talking about. Xiao Xian muttered to himself about the so-called Fire Banyan ruins. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said in surprise, "The Fire Banyan ruins refers to the clan ruins where the Fire Banyan clan used to be?" "That's right." Xiao Xiaojun slowly nodded. The thoughts in Xiao Yan's mind were suddenly awakened when he heard about the Fire Banyan tribe. He immediately understood in his heart. No wonder young Master Xiao had said that it was meaningless. This Fire Banyan tribe was known for practicing fire affinity genesis chi. The Fire Banyan clan, like the Spirit Ginseng clan, belonged to the Spirit Tree clan. They had been left behind since ancient times, and when they were strong, they weren't inferior to the current 3 great clans or even the other 2 clans. However, 1,000 years ago, the originally prosperous Fire Banyan clan disappeared overnight. The entire clan seemed to have evaporated from the world, and not a single one was left behind. It was not long after that incident that the Spirit Ginseng tribe, which was as famous as the Spirit Ginseng tribe, decided to move their entire tribe out of the middle region. However, after experiencing various incidents, the Spirit Ginseng tribe was embroiled in endless internal strife. There was no end to the internal strife, and external threats were worrisome. As for the Fire Banyan clan world that had been tragically exterminated, it gradually evolved into the Fire Banyan ruins in the long river of history. Although there wasn't a single person inside, given the Fire Banyan clan's former prosperity, the power left behind wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. The various unique treasures inside had attracted countless people to fight for them. The Fire Banyan token was an invitation letter that the Fire Banyan clan had distributed to some of the major clans in the central region. And the original invitation letter had turned into a key to enter the Fire Banyan ruins, and after various changes of events, it had become the Fire Banyan clan. The Fire Banyan clan had been an invitation letter, and invitation letters. The changes of the world were lamentable and laughable. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard all these. Such a large clan had actually ended up in such a state after being exterminated. It was no wonder that the Spirit Ginseng clan had moved their entire clan. Although they were no longer prosperous, they had fortunately managed to survive. The middle region, which appeared calm on the surface, was secretly churning with shocking undercurrents. Xiao Xiaojun fell into deep thought when he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Now that the Fire Banyan clan was mentioned, he couldn't help but recall the Northern Stone clan that had happened not long ago. He slowly rubbed his hands under his sleeves and the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. Similarly, they were an ancient clan that had been left behind since ancient times. They also possessed a powerful foundation. Similarly, they were exterminated in a single night in their own clan world. Coupled with the similar incidents that had occurred in the central region over the years, it made one feel even more uneasy. If this were to continue, it would be Xiao clan's turn soon. That's right, there is one more thing that I think I need to inform you of. Xiao Xiaojun suddenly spoke in a somewhat mocking manner after he recovered his senses. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the former curiously. As the clan gathering champion, the crown prince Xiao Feng was defeated by you. According to the clan rules, you will take over the position of the crown prince and become the new crown prince of the clan. Xiao Yan's expression was stunned the moment these words were uttered. Other than a battle between the two of them, the battle with Xiao Feng was merely a way for him to prove himself to the members of the Xiao clan. He did not have the slightest interest in the position of the heir of the Xiao clan. At this moment, Xiao Xiaojun's words had left his mouth, causing him to feel a headache. In the eyes of other people, the addition of the position of the heir to Xiao Yan's position might be an honor. However, for Xiao Yan, once he accepted it, he would have to take part in many of the clan's external matters. Even if he did not take the lead, he would have to be present. This was undoubtedly a kind of burden for him, who had a free and undisciplined nature. There is no need to think too much. The crown prince's position isn't forcefully given to you. If you aren't willing, you can just abdicate. The clan won't make things difficult for you. Furthermore, this person is you. Not to mention others, even Elder Xiao Dingtian wouldn't reject it. Xiao Xiaojun smiled faintly. Only then did the latter let out a long sigh of relief. If he had to stay in the clan for this position, it would be no different from being imprisoned. As for now, since you have recovered, I believe that the clan will arrange the clan ceremony in 2 days. At that time, it will be the time for the two of you to be officially entered into the clan records. I will congratulate you first. Xiao Xiaojun cupped his fist and spoke with a gentle expression as he looked at the two before him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but curiously stare at the former. Clan ceremony? What is that? Xiao Xiaojun was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but be speechless as he cursed in his heart. This fellow. Xiao Dingtian is so against you. Don't tell me that you don't even know the reason. Xiao Xiaojun glanced at Xiao Xian and saw the latter's resentful expression. He nodded hesitantly and paused for a moment before speaking. All right then, let me explain it to you. The clan sacrifice is a major event for the younger generation of a clan, aside from the clan meeting. It's also something that most of the younger generation of a clan will experience. The participants must be from the younger generation of the clan who have ascended to the Source 1 rank. Of course, some of the older clan elders who are only at the Source 1 rank will also be allowed to participate in the sacrifice. Speaking up to here, Xiao Xiaojun couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xian. The latter silently nodded. Clearly, he had some understanding of this. The main purpose of the clan ceremony is, speaking up to here, just as Xiao Xiaojun was about to explain the specific content of the clan ceremony, a wave of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the room. Immediately after, Lian Er's anxious shout suddenly resounded. Not good. Bai Hua, he. Something has happened. The words were shocking. In the room, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun's emotions suddenly changed drastically. Xiao Xiaojun was stunned once again and the words in his mouth came to an abrupt halt. When he recovered, the two beside him had flashed out of the door in the blink of an eye. Their expressions were abnormally grave as they stared at Lian who had appeared in front of the door. What's going on? Isn't Bai Hua still unconscious? Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave. Ever since he heard the hurried footsteps, uneasiness rose in his heart. However, the girl's words turned this emotion into reality. He's awake. He just woke up. But I don't know why, but he suddenly changed his appearance. If not for the protection of the array, I'm afraid that he would have already rushed out. At this moment, Lian Er's face was flushed with a nervous expression. After Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun heard this, the emotions in their hearts suddenly fell to the bottom. The fists under their sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly. What's going on? At this moment, Xiao Xiaojun's face was blank. However, the three people present had no time to explain. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun looked at each other. The moment they nodded, their figures had already disappeared from the courtyard. Only Xiao Xiaojun was left. He looked at the girl in front of him with a face of suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, his figure moved and quickly chased after Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun's aura. Chapter 1476. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's expressions were grave as they watched the strange human figure that was half black and half white in the courtyard from the outer area of the courtyard, which was sealed by a golden light. Their hearts were filled with shock because of this. They did not expect that Bai Hua would undergo another unusual change. How can this be? He has already consumed the Yun spirit pill. Logically speaking, the two soul origins should have completely merged. Did he fail? Xiao Xian frowned. He did not believe that Xiao Yan had personally taken action. The result should not have been like this. No, he didn't fail. Just looking at his current aura, he has probably reached the level of a 7-star source sect. This means that there was no accident during the merging process. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head as he stared at Bai Hua, who was within the formation. At this moment, the latter's body was violently trembling. Waves of boundless energy whizzed out from his body, constantly colliding with the formation. Even the buildings around the formation were constantly shaking. However, it could be seen that not only was Bai Hua venting his violent emotions, he was also forcefully suppressing the restless energy in his body. This momentum clearly could not last for long. He's Bai Hua. Xiao Xiaojun, who was swiftly chasing from behind, had also placed his attention on Bai Hua, who was within the formation. When he saw this scene, there was not much surprise on his face. Clearly, he had heard of this matter before. However, when he sensed the powerful aura that erupted from Bai Hua's body, which was not inferior to his own, and was even more powerful, even with his temperament, shock involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. He was fine at first, but not long after, he suddenly became like this. I can see that he seems to be trying his best to suppress something, but he still did not succeed. Lian had rushed over and her beautiful eyes were anxiously looking at Bai Hua. As she spoke, her voice gradually sounded like she was about to cry. Combined with the rather tense atmosphere, it caused the mood of the few people to become even more depressed. Should we take action and restrain him? Xiao Xian could not help but pull the girl into his arms when he saw her pitiful appearance. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Xiao Yan. The latter paused for a moment, but he shook his head. He stared at Bai Hua and said thoughtfully, "Let's wait a little longer." "Let's wait a little longer. I think it won't take long." Xiao Xian only nodded when he heard this. Xiao Xiaojun by the side glanced at Xiao Yan with great interest. He glanced at his old brother, who was about to go berserk, and nodded without anyone noticing. Being able to tolerate Bai Hua, who had undergone an unusual change, and still have hope in this current situation was something that many people were unable to do. At the very least, if such a situation were to land in the hands of the other members of the Xiao clan, it was likely that they would have hardened their hearts and killed her for safety. Why would they wait until now? The thing that caused Xiao Xiaojun to be even more surprised was that around 15 minutes after Xiao Yan's words sounded, the violently trembling body of Bai Hua, who was repeatedly struggling crazily within the courtyard, actually gradually calmed down. The threads of black air that lingered around her body gradually scattered. By the time she raised her head and roared, all of the black air had completely entered her body through the pores of her entire body. Half of her black-colored body finally returned to normal. At this moment, Bai Hua collapsed to the ground as if she was completely exhausted. Her entire body was drenched in cold sweat and her body twitched uncontrollably. The moment she saw Xiao Yan, her vision turned black and she fainted. A moment later, Xiao Yan and the others suddenly stood in a bedroom. At this moment, the latter's expression was somewhat serious as he released Bai Hua's wrist. "How is it?" At this moment, the girl was the most anxious. When she saw Xiao Yan release her hand, she immediately stepped forward and asked. Xiao Xian and Xiao Xiaojun silently looked at Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat nervous in their hearts. The two soul origins have indeed successfully fused. This is in line with my thoughts, but, before the three people in front of him could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan immediately said, "The problem is that the two soul origins are different. The two soul origins cannot be fused." Once they collide, it is possible that it will scatter her consciousness at any time. In other words, what happened today can happen again at any time. When these words were said, Lian Er's heart, which was hanging high, immediately fell to the bottom. Her delicate body went limp and she almost fell. Xiao Yan's words clearly indicated that this Bai Hua in front of her, who had accompanied her for many years, could become a wild beast that went berserk at any moment. How could this young lady endure this? Let's talk about it. What's the solution? Xiao Xian carefully supported Lian Er. His tone was rather impatient. He knew Xiao Yan's character. If he did not have a solution, he would not say it so casually. On the side, Xiao Xiaojun fell into deep thought after hearing Xiao Yan's words. His fingers under his sleeves gently tapped. Xiao Yan could not help but be taken aback when he saw Xiao Xian's appearance. He then took a deep breath and said, "In this kind of situation, from what I can see, there are only 3 ways to resolve it. Either Bai Hua uses her own strength to balance the 2 energies, or seal her cultivation base." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few people present changed slightly. They naturally knew what it meant to seal one's cultivation. Once one's cultivation was sealed, it meant that one would be unable to cultivate before the seal was undone. Their current strength would not be able to advance at all. In the central region where one's strength was changing rapidly, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. The third method, heaven-seeking pill. This time, it was Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun who spoke in unison. Their gazes instantly gathered together. They did not expect the 2 of them to have such tacit understanding. I did not expect to coincide with cousin Xiao Yan. It is my honor. Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said. I have only heard of its name. Looking at the smiling Xiao Xiaojun in front of him, Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. This fellow had clearly expected it. So that's how it is. The heaven-seeking pill is a high-grade rank 8 pill. It is said that this pill can be used to increase one's strength and also to heal injuries. The dead are just a body. The heaven-seeking pill can even heal injuries to the soul. As long as the soul remains, there will be a trace of life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has the effect of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. However, this pill is unique to the pill tower and is peerless in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Er's pretty face, which had just been filled with hope, instantly paled. No matter how little she knew about the central region, she understood the weight of the pill tower. If she wanted to obtain the heaven-seeking pill, her chances were slim. As far as I know, the ancestor of the pill tower has given this pill to 3 people so far. One of them was given to Ouyang Yu of the Ouyang family. Sword Saint Yulan? Xiao Yan raised his brows. He did not expect the latter to reach such a level. As for the other one, why don't brother Xiao Yan take a guess? Xiao Xiaojun narrowed his eyes and smiled at Xiao Yan. His tone was somewhat teasing. Hearing this, the latter was slightly startled. He sized up the person in front of him. Seeing the expression on the former's face, he felt some disbelief in his heart. After pondering for a while, he asked suspiciously. Could it be in my Xiao family? That's right. The second pill is in the hands of the second elder. Xiao Xiaojun smiled slightly. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately focused and the huge black tower in Shuyang City appeared in his mind. He asked in surprise, Xiao Itian? You can't call him by his name. Xiao Xiaojun said in a deep voice. The latter quickly nodded and asked again. Could it be that the third pill is in the hands of the Bai family? They don't have the qualifications. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xiaojun immediately laughed contemptuously and said, although the 3 great clans are equally famous in the central region, the Ouyang family is the most powerful among them. Although my Xiao family can't be compared to the Ouyang family, it is still an ancient family after all. As for the Bai family, it is at most a force that came out of a third-rate family. Although these words were spoken in a casual manner, it was not difficult to hear the arrogance within them. However, this also caused the curiosity within Xiao Yan's heart to become even denser. If it was not the Bai clan, just what kind of powerful person would be able to get the ancestor of the pill tower to gift a medicinal pill? As for the whereabouts of the third medicinal pill, I'm not too sure either. I only know that it was given to an extraordinary woman who was once renowned throughout the central region. However, as for who it was, this piece of history is too ancient. I'm afraid there aren't many people left who know about it. The WeChat public account is also updating from time to time. Everyone can search for Time's Ill-Fated Fate to follow and read. Chapter 1477. After Xiao Xiaojun left, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the courtyard, once again thought about what he had said earlier. The heaven-questioning pill, one was missing, while the other was in the Ouyang family. Even the pill closest to him, which was also the most likely, was in the hands of the second elder of the family, Xiao Yitian. Unfortunately, Xiao Yitian was in seclusion. From the looks of it, the chances of obtaining the heaven-questioning pill were slim. You can't rush this kind of thing. Why don't you find an opportunity to ask the first elder? Perhaps he can contact the second elder. Behind him, Xiao Xian slowly walked over from the entrance. His wise eyes seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts as he smiled and comforted him. The latter could only helplessly shake his head when he heard this. The matter of the heaven-questioning pill could only be temporarily put aside. However, the clan sacrifice that Xiao Xiaojun had mentioned earlier made Xiao Yan extremely concerned. It was a grand event comparable to a clan gathering. Even someone as strong as the Source sect could only barely obtain the qualifications to participate. With such harsh conditions, what exactly was the clan sacrifice? Ancestor, do you know what the clan sacrifice is? Xiao Yan turned around to look at Xiao Xian, who had returned to his seat at the stone table, and asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Xian paused for a moment. He lifted the teacup in his hand and took a sip. He smiled and said, I have not personally witnessed the process, so I do not know the specific contents of the clan sacrifice. I only know that the clan sacrifice is held to stimulate the power of the bloodline. Stimulate the power of the bloodline? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. His understanding of the power of the bloodline was still at the Dou Emperor bloodline level. However, following the gradual increase in his cultivation over the years, the increase in strength brought by the power of the bloodline had become increasingly thin. As a result, Xiao Yan rarely used the power of the bloodline. He did not expect the Xiao clan to have such a method. Just as Xiao Yan was pondering to himself, a white-clothed and pale Bai Hua slowly walked out of the room with Lian, support. Are you all right? Xiao Yan immediately withdrew his thoughts when he saw Bai Hua. Xiao Xian stood up and stepped forward with an amiable expression. Sorry for making you guys worry. Bai Hua shook her head weakly. Xiao Yan took out a few pills and handed them over to her. After she consumed them, he accompanied her to the stone table. I understand the situation now. I know what's wrong with my body. I didn't think that the nature pill would cause such a result. I was too careless back then. Thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, Bai Hua could not help but feel a sense of self-blame. If it were not for her, Xiao Yan would not have gotten into so much trouble. Xiao Yan shook his head indifferently and smiled. It doesn't matter. Some troubles can't be avoided. It's just a change of form. You just have to take care of yourself and leave the rest to us. At the side, Xiao Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. A moving smile appeared on Lian Er's bitter face as she gently stroked Bai Hua's back to comfort her. The warmth in Bai Hua's heart gradually grew when she saw the three people in front of her acting this way. She did not say any more courteous words. After pondering for a while, she nodded her head heavily. The situation in the clan had become much calmer in the following days. After the clan gathering ended, Xiao Dingtian no longer came to pester Xiao Yan. All the elders of the clan who came to visit Xiao Yan were rejected by Xiao Xian. This period of time was the most leisurely and peaceful period since Xiao Yan had entered the Xiao clan. All the troubles seemed to have disappeared with the end of the clan gathering. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Yan once again welcomed two familiar figures in front of his door. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Congratulations. No wonder I haven't seen you these days. It turns out that you went into seclusion to make a breakthrough. In the living room, Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the two brothers in front of him. After not seeing each other for a few days, Xiao Zhuobin's cultivation had already broken through to a 5-star origin ancestor. When the conditions are right, I naturally broke through. Xiao Zhuobin smiled faintly. There was a trace of unconcealable joy in his eyes. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this breakthrough for a long time. On the other hand, Xiao Lei was already very familiar with this guy's character. He simply teased him and took the teacup that Lian handed over. He sized up the beautiful girl in front of him and said seriously, "We're not here to joke with you today." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly and was a little surprised. Xiao Lei took a sip of the fragrant tea and immediately said, "The list of people participating in the clan sacrifice has been listed. We're here to invite you to the ancestral hall." Hearing the words clan sacrifice, Xiao Yan's face immediately rippled. After waiting patiently for these days, he had finally welcomed this mysterious clan sacrifice. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly stepped into the living room. The three of them immediately looked over and saw Xiao Xian and Xiao Mingyuan walking over together. When the latter saw Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, he immediately understood in his heart. He was a little surprised and laughed loudly. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Hey, I'm late." Looks like this old man is late. Brat, you already know? You're not late. We just arrived as well. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin didn't dare to be negligent when they saw the newcomers. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands with a smile. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He looked at Xiao Xian and smiled. Then, he stood up and teased Xiao Mingyuan. "Why is the third elder also participating in the clan sacrifice? This old man has no interest in participating in a child's play. I just don't want Xiao Dingtian to cause any more trouble. I'm worried about you, so I decided to follow and take a look." Xiao Mingyuan curled his lips. He had forgotten that Xiao Dingtian's grandson was still standing in front of him. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Lei who was beside him. The latter just smiled indifferently and shrugged with Xiao Zhuobin tacitly without saying anything. Although Elder Xiao Dingtian had the intention to make things difficult for us during the clan meeting, it wasn't to the extent of pointing fingers. Moreover, the clan's sacrifice is a big matter. There shouldn't be any problems, right? After pondering for a while, Xiao Yan said slowly, "I hope so. It's just that stubborn old man is quite concerned about the bloodline quality of you and your grandson. He can't interfere too much during the clan meeting. If he were to make a move this time, I'm afraid things won't be so easy to pass." Xiao Mingyuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He frowned and stared at the old man in front of him. He asked in surprise, "Our bloodline quality? What does this have to do with him?" "This. I can't explain it to you now. Let's go to the ancestral temple first. You will naturally understand when we get there." Xiao Mingyuan hesitated for a long while before replying vaguely. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin by the side faced each other. Their hearts were deep in thought. Currently, only Xiao Yan was completely confused. He did not understand the meaning behind Xiao Mingyuan's words. After musing for a long while, he finally clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Then let's go to the ancestral temple." Chapter 1478. The Xiao clan's ancestral temple was located at the back of the Xiao clan's clan hall. This place was closed all year round. Usually, other than the higher-ups of the clan, the only chance for the others to come here was the clan sacrifice. Today was the day of the clan sacrifice. Only through this opportunity would these people have the opportunity to see the interior of the ancestral temple. Outside the ancestral temple was a courtyard that occupied a rather vast area. It was orderly in all directions, and strange stones stood in great numbers. The ground was made of hard black rock, and it was carved with mysterious runes. Looking from above, one could see that these runes were intertwined to form a huge formation. Even the seemingly ordinary objects displayed in the courtyard were a part of this formation. The ancestral temple was located at the centermost position of the entire formation. It was not difficult to imagine that if someone tried to trespass, no matter which direction they came from, they would trigger the operation of this large formation. At this moment, there were many figures standing in the front courtyard of the ancestral temple. Most of them were the figures who appeared in the clan meeting. They were also the outstanding figures among the younger generation of the Shao clan. Xiao Feng and the others were among them. Even the young clan leader, Xiao Xiaojun, was standing in the field. As for the few middle-aged men, they were deacons of various places in the clan. They relied on their contributions to the clan to make an exception and enter this place to participate in the clan sacrifice. In front of the ancestral temple, with Xiao Yuheng as the leader, there were 3 people standing side by side. On the right was Xiao Dingtian, who had a gloomy face, and on the left was a well-built woman. At this moment, the 3 of them were silent. Their eyes were calmly looking at the people present. When the woman withdrew her stern gaze, she looked at the sky above her head and couldn't help but frown. According to the rules, it was time to open the ancestral temple. However, Xiao Yuheng, who was standing at the side, was indifferent. It seemed as though he was deliberately waiting for someone. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A few figures suddenly flashed and walked in with large strides. They quickly appeared in the sight of everyone present. It was Xiao Yan and the others. This fellow is really high profile. Looking at the several figures that stepped into the courtyard side by side, Xiao Xiaojun, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest with an exuberant expression, could not help but let out a chuckle. The red-dressed woman beside him also smiled and sized up the approaching figures with great interest. At the same time, the gazes of Xiao Yuheng and the other 2 also landed on Xiao Yan, who was the leader of the group. So what if they're here? This old man will never allow anyone to taint the bloodline of my clan. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was walking through the crowd step by step, Xiao Dingtian gritted his teeth and muttered in a low voice. He's Xiao Yan? Beside Xiao Yuheng, the woman coldly stared at the black-robed man with her phoenix eyes as she spoke in an indifferent tone. That's right. Although he looks rather ordinary, there are very few people in the same generation who can compare to him. The former also stared at Xiao Yan, who was walking over. Her calm eyes surged with some light and her words were filled with praise. Hearing that, the woman could not help but raise her eyebrows and look at Xiao Yuheng. She then teased, that's right, he is indeed ordinary. He only possesses a heavenly flame and defeated the crown prince. Xiao Yuheng was slightly taken aback and smiled awkwardly. The woman only curled her lips and continued, you deliberately did not tell me this because you want me to have a good impression of the strength he displayed without knowing it, so that he can have a smoother time during the clan's sacrifice? Having his scheme exposed, Xiao Yuheng immediately laughed embarrassedly. The latter coldly retracted her gaze and looked at Xiao Yan and the others. She said with an expressionless face, my duty is to maintain the normal conduct of the clan's sacrifice and the evaluation of the bloodline rank. The rest will be based on the clan's rules. I will not interfere. If clan leader wishes for me to go easy on him, then please find someone else. Sixth elder, why do you say that? In my opinion, although Xiao Yan has some talent, there is still a large gap between him and young master. That's why I said that. Xiao Yuheng laughed dryly, and the woman was too lazy to say anything after hearing it. Instead, it was Xiao Dingtian who was on the right who raised his eyebrows as if nothing had happened, but the corner of his mouth had an indistinct smile. At this moment, Xiao Yan was looking at quite a number of familiar figures in front of him. After nodding his head and greeting the few people in front of him, his gaze had just landed on Xiao Xiaojun when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar spiritual strength swiftly approaching. Immediately, he subconsciously knit his brows slightly. A thought passed through his mind and an invisible spiritual strength swept out from between his brows. It transformed into a large hand that was swung out and collided with the spiritual strength that was charging over. Buzz! A low and deep collision sound suddenly resounded in the courtyard that had a relaxed atmosphere. Without waiting for everyone to regain their senses, an invisible spiritual storm immediately swept out and spread in all directions. Many people present immediately felt dizzy. Even Xiao Yuheng and the other two frowned slightly at this moment. In the center of the courtyard, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the graceful woman in front of him. The soul energy earlier came from this woman. It is indeed a rank 7 soul energy. The woman took a few steps forward and said. Glancing at young Master Xiao, who was beside the woman, Xiao Yan looked at the latter and smiled. He then spoke to Xiao Siyu. Xiao Siyu, you aren't any worse than the rumors. Although it was only a short collision, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the strength of the other party's soul energy. She was indeed worthy of being the Xiao clan's genius and Xiao Mingyuan's disciple. Her precise control of soul energy was much more shocking than he had imagined. This girl's soul energy is the most outstanding I have seen in all these years. Although you aren't bad, I'm afraid you are inferior to the second girl. Xiao Mingyuan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with a proud face. At the same time, Xiao Siyu bowed respectfully to the old man. Xiao Yan was curious. He had heard that the clan called Xiao Siyu Second Mississippi. Could it be that there was a big sister above her? If the second miss was already like this, then the big sister would be even more terrifying. Who allowed you to fight in the ancestral garden? But at this moment, a stern and cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the crowd. Xiao Yan instantly returned to his senses. Everyone present immediately focused their gazes on a woman who walked out from the crowd. Beside her were Patriarch Xiao Yuheng and Xiao Dingtian. When they saw the woman, the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly tensed up. Everyone bowed towards the woman. Even the proud and arrogant Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Feng, who had a cold expression, bowed respectfully. At this moment it was likely that only Xiao Mingyuan and the two others were not afraid of this woman. Xiao Yan's face was at a loss as he followed and bowed. At the same time, Xiao Xian's words quietly entered his ears. This is the sixth elder of the clan, Xiao Yuehua. She is a strict person. You have to pay attention to your attitude. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sixth elder? It's actually a woman? Chapter 1479. Junior Xiao Yan greets Patriarch and Sixth Elder. Although Xiao Yan was surprised in his heart when faced with the Sixth Elder who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he did not dare to slight him at this moment. However, his words had intentionally neglected Xiao Dingtian, causing the latter's old face to appear quite ugly. Xiao Yan, I just heard Patriarch praising you. Now that I've seen you, you're more like the rumored mischievous person. You're the first person who dares to make a move in the ancestral garden. Ignoring Xiao Yan's respectful etiquette, Xiao Yuehua spoke coldly with an expressionless face. The ancestral hall is where the dignity of the clan resides. If your actions aren't severely punished, I'm afraid it will spoil the atmosphere. Xiao Dingtian spoke with a righteous tone. The gazes of quite a number of people present landed on Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan the moment these words were uttered. Just a few short sentences had caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. From the looks of it, Xiao Dingtian was determined to stop Xiao Yan from participating in the clan's sacrifice today. Xiao Yuheng was expressionless, but a trace of displeasure flashed across the depths of his eyes. Patriarch, elders, I was just curious and took the initiative to probe. Xiao Yan was just defending himself. If there's any punishment, Siyu is willing to bear it. Just at this moment, Xiao Siyu suddenly stepped forward to explain. Everyone's gazes shifted, and Xiao Dingtian's brows, which had just relaxed, immediately furrowed. In this old man's opinion, Xiao Siyu was just unintentionally probing, but this kid didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was obvious that he did it intentionally. If such a person, Xiao Dingtian, don't go overboard. Just as Xiao Dingtian's voice fell, a displeased low voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, his emotions came to a sudden stop, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were also forcefully stopped. After pausing for a few seconds and regaining his senses under the suspicious gazes of the surrounding clansmen, an ear-piercing buzzing sound suddenly came from the tightly shut ancestral hall in the courtyard behind everyone. When dozens of gazes gathered, they saw the door of the ancestral hall slowly opening. Everyone's emotions suddenly changed at this moment. The ancestral shrine is open. The sound of footsteps rang out one after another, and loud voices filled with passion soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan's group and Xiao Xiaojuan's group remained. At this moment, Xiao Yuehua also lazily withdrew her gaze and glanced at Xiao Dingtian. She then looked at Xiao Yuheng, who was at the side. Her eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She turned around and walked towards the ancestral shrine. It's open, it's open. Let's go. The clan's sacrifice is more important. Xiao Mingyuan laughed dryly and hurriedly urged Xiao Yan and the others. Although Xiao Yuheng's words just now sounded flat, the anger in them could not be disobeyed. Even with his temperament, he was still shocked. Normally, there was no lack of people in the clan who ridiculed the patriarch for not doing anything. He didn't have his own opinion on the clan's matters and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. There were even people who thought that the patriarch's position existed in name only. But from the brief words just now and the reaction of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yuehua, it was obviously very different from what everyone thought. It couldn't help but cause people to raise their eyebrows. The patriarch only has the intention to ignore the disputes within the clan. Don't think that he really doesn't care about anything. Once the patriarch becomes serious, I'm afraid that even the great elder will have to listen to his orders. Seeing Xiao Lei and the others whispering at the side, Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yuheng from the corner of his eyes and joked. Since he is able to sit firmly in the patriarch's position, there is no need to doubt his ability. Don't underestimate him. As he spoke, the old man patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and turned his head to look forward. When the profound door was completely opened, the flow of people had just arrived at the door when a low and deafening roar like a lion's roar suddenly swept out from the ancestral shrine. In an instant, it shook the group of people and forced them to retreat. The sudden scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan's eyebrows to twitch slightly. There was actually someone else in the ancestral shrine. Looking at this roar, the strength of this person should also be terrifyingly strong. Everyone, retreat 10 feet away. Accompanied by a figure stepping out, a shout that was filled with coldness immediately sounded out. The moment the people present saw the figure, they also quickly retreated with fear. The crowd retreated, and a burly figure with gray skin was exposed in front of everyone. When Xiao Yan saw this person for the first time, his breathing couldn't help but stagnate for a moment. Even his body couldn't help but stiffen slightly. The moment he recovered, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he panted violently for a while. When he looked up again, he found that the person was staring straight at him at this time. Don't look at his eyes. Xiao Mingyuan let out a low cry and pulled back Xiao Yan, whose eyes were about to lose focus. This is the fourth elder of the family, Xiao Ming. He has been pursuing the rock Dao all his life. Even his eyes are extremely strange. When you look at him, you must be careful not to be petrified by his strange ability. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan finally came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he had felt such a heavy pressure in that instant just now. The reason was actually here. However, thinking about it from another perspective, this fourth elder was indeed a heaven-shaking person. Just a glance was able to possess such a strange ability. One could imagine just how frightening his true strength was. One could see the whole picture with a single glance. Ever since I joined the family, I have always been curious and doubtful about the 10 great elders. However, after seeing these two today, I have truly seen the foundation of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. Judging from the 2 elders he had seen in this courtyard, their strength was definitely above the level of a source venerate. Now, it seemed that, except for the person beside him, the strength of the 10 great elders of the Xiao clan was not inferior at all. What are you talking about? I am ranked 3rd among the elders, but I didn't say that the 10 great elders were ranked according to their strength. If I hadn't focused on alchemy, my current cultivation would not be weaker than the first elders. Hearing the meaning in Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Mingyuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said with an arrogant face. Hearing this, Xiao Ming just smiled faintly, but Xiaojun leaned over and whispered in his ear, "You're right. The third elder's talent and bloodline are so strong that few people in the family can match him. It's just that he is lazy and likes to travel, so he can only achieve what he has today." Xiao Ming, who was standing in front of him, shouted coldly again. "Everyone can enter the ancestral temple after being examined by the bloodstone. Violators will be beheaded." These words were concise and comprehensive, but they didn't sound like a joke. Xiao Yan even had no doubt that if someone really disobeyed, Xiao Ming would not hesitate at all. This guy is really ruthless. Xiao Yan smacked his lips and sighed softly. Xiao Mingyuan didn't find it strange and said, "It is said that there are two people in the Xiao clan that you can't provoke. One is the heartless whip Xiao Yuehua, and the other is the grim Azura Xiao Ming. Not for anything else, but because these two people don't even show mercy to their own clansmen. The patriarch suffered a lot at their hands when he was young." At the end of his words, Xiao Mingyuan turned his gaze to Xiao Yuheng. This also made Xiao Yan and the others, who didn't know what was going on, show a curious look one after another. Even Xiaojun came over with a little interest. However, before Xiao Mingyuan could say anything, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yuehua stood on the high platform. Everyone's attention followed the blood-red crystal that appeared in Xiao Dingtian's hand. Chapter 1480. That's the bloodstone? Xiao Yan asked curiously as he looked at the red crystal hovering above Xiao Dingtian's palm. Don't underestimate this thing. It is rumored that this bloodstone is produced in the land of massacre and is formed by absorbing the bloodline of countless living beings. Therefore, it has an extremely strong ability to sense the bloodline power. It is also because of this that the clan uses it to test the bloodline quality of the clansmen. Xiao Lei nodded and explained with a smile. Xiao Yan turned his gaze over with interest when he heard the explanation. At the same time, Xiao Dingtian, who was holding the bloodstone, gave out an order. There are a total of 50 people participating in the clan sacrifice this time. Excluding the elders and deacons from the various departments, there are 40 people left. Each of you will come forward to apply for a bloodstone. After passing the bloodstone test, you will be qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Xiao Dingtian stood majestically on the high platform as his dignified voice immediately spread out. The crowd also moved accordingly as they split into two groups and waited quietly. With Xiao Ming and Xiao Yuehua intimidating them in front, these people were extremely quiet at this moment. Below the stage, Xiao Yan looked at the crowd that quickly separated and couldn't help but feel surprised. He had seen many outstanding talents among the younger generation of the Xiao clan when he participated in the clan gathering. He originally thought that they were all of them. However, it seemed like he had underestimated the Xiao clan's foundation. Now, it seemed like what Xiao Dingtian said might not be all of the top experts among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. To be able to stand among the top forces of the continent, the strength of the Xiao clan was probably far beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Thinking about it carefully, the Xiao clan that he had seen so far was still just the tip of the iceberg. As far as Xiao Mingyuan was concerned, he had only met half of the 10 great elders. It was even harder to judge the strength of the remaining elders. In such a huge Xiao clan, there were definitely terrifying existences that ordinary people did not know about. Those people were the true core of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the people standing in front of him were merely the leaders of the Xiao clan. First, young Master Xiao. Just as Xiao Yan was in a daze, Xiao Dingtian's sharp and hoarse voice suddenly resounded. At this moment, in this quiet courtyard, it was like a ripple of a bell. As the young patriarch, young Master Xiao was naturally at the front. Under everyone's gazes, young Master Xiao slowly walked forward and took the bloodstone from Xiao Dingtian. However, he wasn't in a hurry to test it. Instead, he stood to the side. Second, me. Xiao Xiaojun retreated to the side. Just as Xiao Dingtian was about to open his mouth, a sharp and mischievous shout suddenly sounded. This voice instantly broke the quiet atmosphere in the arena. Even Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Looking over, he really saw a familiar figure shooting out from the crowd and swiftly arriving in front of Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Yuehua. Xiao Ming. Xiao Yuehua's and Xiao Yuehua's knitted brows eased up as they looked at the mischievous girl with a smile on her face. This girl relies on the Grand Elder's favor to run amok in the clan. But she just happens to be favored by these two. Even her brother doesn't have this honor. Xiao Lei teased as he shot an envious gaze at the girl. Xiao Yan chuckled in response. He'd witnessed Xiao Linger's strength. Although she wasn't formidable, her foundation wasn't bad. Most importantly, she was young and tender, yet she had such achievements. Coupled with the good guidance of her ancestors, her future achievements were really limitless. While the two of them were talking, they saw Xiao Siyu, who'd made a move earlier, step forward to take the bloodstone. She took a step back, and the crystal in her hand suddenly emitted a red light. After that, it constantly changed into a purple light. When it flickered with a white light, a wave of gasps instantly resounded in the surroundings. In the end, the constantly changing light stopped at white. However, compared to before, it appeared even denser. Xiao Siyu frowned with dissatisfaction as she stared at the bloodstone in her hand that was only one step away from leveling up. She threw away the crystal and looked at the bloodstain on her palm. She coldly shook her hand and retreated to the side. Xiao Xiaojun quickly stepped forward and comforted her. This indicates her bloodline grade? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw the scene in front of him. A denser white grade bloodline. It's only one step away from pure gold. It can be considered extremely outstanding. Xiao Lei clicked his tongue and said with a surprised face. In the Xiao clan, the bloodline grade determined by the bloodstone is divided into red, purple, white, pure gold, and brilliant gold. As long as a drop of one's essence blood is integrated into the bloodstone, it will emit a light. The darker the color, the stronger the bloodline strength. This is extremely beneficial to one's cultivation and future development and status in the clan. Xiao Zhuobin didn't think much of it. He only calmly told Xiao Lei what he knew. This also means that the descendants of those who possess a high-grade bloodline in the clan are destined to become the clan's rulers. This is the clan's only and biggest drawback. Suddenly, Xiao Feng had unknowingly appeared beside Xiao Yan. If one were to look at him now, his usually calm face actually revealed a disgusted expression at this moment. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment when he heard this. He couldn't help but recall the past. Back then, wasn't he also rudely criticized by other clans because of his bloodline strength? The Douqi continent was like this and the Yuanwu continent was also like this. Xiao Yan immediately raised his gaze and looked around. Sure enough, he didn't see Xiao Yang's figure. He had heard quite a lot about the blood fury. However, he never imagined that Xiao Yang would lose the qualification to participate in the clan's sacrifice because of it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. He didn't hate the bloodline for not fighting, he only hated the unfairness of this world. I don't hate the bloodline for not fighting, I only hate the unfairness of this world. Suddenly, Xiao Feng spat out the same sentence as the former. Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan were silent. Soon after, Xiao Dingtian's sharp and harsh voice came from the front. Next, Xiao Yan. When these words sounded, everyone's gazes immediately fell and landed on Xiao Yan. Their expressions were all different. Just what kind of exciting show would this pair of enemies in front of them put on today? Phew, letting out a breath, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Dingtian. When he saw the faint sneer on Xiao Dingtian's old face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a fierce expression. At this moment, Xiao Lei patted his shoulder and said with a wide smile, "Don't worry. Although my family's old man is harsh, we are the ones in charge of today's clan sacrifice. He won't make things difficult for you." Hearing this, the latter smiled in relief and looked at Xiao Xian. Seeing the latter smile and nod, he stepped forward without hesitation and walked towards Xiao Dingtian. At this moment, the four people on the stairs had gathered their gazes on Xiao Yan after Xiao Yan approached. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming narrowed their eyes. Their sharp eyes seemed to be about to see through the person in front of them. Their hearts were quite curious about this outsider, who had stirred up quite a lot of trouble in the clan during the past half a year. Humph, Xiao Yan, if you don't want to lose face in today's clan sacrifice ceremony, it's not too late to leave now. As he stepped forward, Xiao Dingtian's words were quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. This caused the latter to frown slightly. His face was filled with doubt as he looked at the other party. After which, he curled his mouth and laughed coldly. Sorry, compared to giving up, I prefer a challenge. Chapter 1481. After taking the blood stone from Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. Then, he turned around and returned to the crowd, leaving behind the former slightly hazy old face. Then, he bitterly called out the next name. What did that crazy old man say to you just now? Just as Xiao Yan stood still, an exquisite head immediately poked out from beside him. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was Xiao Linger. Hearing the latter's strange address, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. In the entire Xiao clan, only this girl could say such words in public. Even he had to take Xiao Dingtian's identity into consideration. Nothing, we just haven't seen each other for some time and wanted to ask about each other. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan said indifferently. The little girl curled her mouth when she heard this. After which, she continued to turn her eyes to the front. Her pretty eyes immediately revealed a disgusted expression when she saw Xiao Chuhang. At the same time, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Ever since this bloodstone entered his hand, he could clearly sense a strange energy flowing within it. It appeared as though it could burst out at any moment. The thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention the most was that this energy was so rich and powerful that it was not the least bit inferior to a high-grade spirit stone. In fact, Xiao Yan's perception might even surpass it. If he could use this energy for his own use, the benefits he could obtain would multiply. Don't look at it. Even some powerful elders in the clan don't dare to have any ideas about this bloodstone. Although you have a mysterious flame, if you want to try it, you have to wait until you are strong enough in the future. Otherwise, be careful of harming yourself. Just as Xiao Yan was in a daze, Xiao Xiaojun's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Only then did Xiao Yan regain his senses and looked at the latter in astonishment. Xiao Xiaojun obviously understood what Xiao Yan was thinking and immediately said, "The bloodstone in the bloodstone contains terrifying energy." The bloodstone does contain a terrifying amount of energy that far exceeds the scope of ordinary spirit stones. It is even rumored that the blood crystal in the bloodstone is a top-grade blood crystal that can create a powerhouse at the peak of the Source Saint level. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's body instantly trembled, and the shock in his heart was unparalleled like a mountain torrent. Young Master Zhao's words at this moment were truly something he'd never heard in his entire life. What kind of enormous power was this, to actually be able to create a pinnacle powerhouse in the entire continent? Although the rumors cannot be completely believed, it is sufficient to show that the energy contained within the bloodstone is enormous. It is a pity that this powerful energy has become extremely violent after absorbing the blood of countless living beings. Ordinary methods are unable to completely remove the impurities within it. If one tries to forcefully control this energy, the final outcome will be that one's mind will be affected and one will go crazy. This kind of thing is rarely seen among the various large factions in the middle region. Even the ancestors of my Xiao clan, Xiao Xiaojun shook his head in silence at the end of his words. Xiao Yan had finally sensed the frightening aspect of this bloodstone. Immediately, the curiosity that had just risen in his heart was swiftly suppressed. Although he possessed a heavenly flame, it was just as Xiao Xiaojun had said earlier. Before he possessed sufficient strength, it was best not to act rashly. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was also holding a bloodstone, felt the warm current flowing from his palm. The vigorous power seemed to be alive, pouring into his body through his palm and rapidly surging along his meridians. The Genesis Qi in his vortex also began to swell slightly. Soon, the distribution of the blood stones was completed. Everyone, except Xiao Xiu, lined up in front under the clan leader's command. They each offered a drop of essence blood and then attached it to the bloodstone in their palm. The test officially began. Buzz. The instant the essence blood touched the bloodstone, a bright red light burst forth from the bloodstone before everyone's eyes. The light was dazzling and quickly covered the entire courtyard. Looking from afar, it was as if a blood fog had enveloped the courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Yuheng and the others' expectant gazes landed on Xiao Xiaojun and the others. Only Xiao Dingtian proudly raised his eyebrows when he swept a glance at Xiao Yan. His eyes were full of expectation as though he was waiting for something. As the red light flashed, the faces of the several clan higher-ups gradually turned solemn. The bloodline test was not only related to the future of the younger generation present, but also the fate of the entire Xiao clan. Buzz buzz buzz, after a few breaths, the lights on the field finally began to change. Among the large expanse of red light, wisps of purple light shone out. Among these rays of light, the most eye-catching one was a milky white starlight. With a flash, it turned into a dazzling scarlet golden light. Scarlet gold bloodline. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming exclaimed at the same time. As the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng's expression was especially pleasantly surprised. It's Ling, Ever since this girl was born, the first elder had placed great importance on her. The power of this girl's bloodline did not disappoint him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but rub his hands. The fervent expression on his face became even more intense as he stared at the bloodstone in front of Xiao Ling. If the scarlet gold bloodline could advance, it would become the most noble brilliant gold bloodline in the Xiao clan. With the addition of the clan's sacrifice, the Xiao clan's rise and glory would be just around the corner. The brilliant gold bloodline was known as the stepping stone to the origin saint realm in the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was the bloodline closest to the legendary origin emperor. If Xiao Ling could inherit this bloodline and awaken it during the clan's sacrifice, her future achievements would be limitless. However, after a few moments of waiting, the scarlet gold light ultimately stopped at that moment. The clan's sacrifice could increase the strength of the awakened bloodline to a certain extent. However, the higher the grade of the bloodline, the harder it was to increase the strength of the bloodline. Since Xiao Ling's bloodline was ultimately unable to break through that level, the result wasn't hard to imagine. Bang! Just as Xiao Yuheng's heart was in a dilemma, a muffled thunder-like sound suddenly came from somewhere in the crowd. It was accompanied by a scarlet energy that swept out. The astonished gazes of everyone present were all focused on the rising fog. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian raised his brows and smiled with a face full of ridicule. Such an abrupt scene caused the originally solemn atmosphere to be filled with a sense of ridicule. Under everyone's gazes, the dense fog dispersed and revealed a rather miserable figure. It was Xiao Yan. The bloodstone in his hand was only left with a few fragments. The blood-colored energy had scattered in all directions. His black robe was in tatters, and his entire body was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a bloody battle. Exploded. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze and became awkward.